of the actual show to Twitter and Facebook, the forum. So I got to send it out to a couple places. Um, so did you get all your eliminator horses entered or what, dude?
So far, I've got my 3 and 4 year olds pretty much all set. I might put a few more 4 year olds in, depending upon what happens with the time, with the age change. I got some 4 year olds now that'll turn 5. I want to see how big of a change, see if it's worth putting them in or not. 2 year olds, I've got some 1 year yearlings that have potential. I just have to wait and see what the age change looks like, and I'll be
Right.
buying some more 2 year olds.
Do you have? I mean, how many 4 year olds do you have like in your barn?
Well, I have 24 entered in the eliminator, and well, that's 3 year olds turning 4. Pardon me. Let me just take a look. I'll put the other ones on the Old Town series. So right now in the Old Town series, I have 16 horses. There might be a few that aren't in there that might be like stakes quality, but so I've got a fair amount of 4 year olds that will be running this season.
Cool. I'm hoping to see more. Just more older horses running. I can never seem to like wrap my hands around like or wrap my head around like the best setup for it because it changes season to season depending on you know who's playing, how many horses they got.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because a lot of people want, as soon as they turn 4, that people want to breed to them. It's
Yeah,
unfortunately the
it's
nature
something
of the
like
beast.
we lose like I think we ran the numbers the other night. It's something like we lose 60% of the total 4 year old population in the first couple weeks of the new season.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
That's crazy.
I mean, I was at least hoping, you know, there would be more gelded horses that stuck around. You know, I mean, because
Yeah, I'm surprised.
if you had gelded horses that could run
Yeah, if you had nowhere else to put them, you may as well run them.
right season after season, you would expect to have 5 year olds, 6 year olds, 7 year olds. You know, people say, well, they can't hold up, or they can definitely hold up if they're racing against, you know, like company, and then
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do is make them age restricted races, so that the 6 and 7 year olds are running with just 6 and 7 year or 5, 6 and 7s are running just with 5, 6 and 7s because they don't stand a chance against the 3 year olds. They just don't because
right.
they have lost a step or two. There's nothing you can do about that. That's part of the game.
Well, I'm just typing something on Twitter real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually still have a lot to do, unfortunately. But let's see.
Excuse me.
Alrighty. Yeah, I still got like a ton of racing stuff to do. I mean,
Yeah, I'm assuming your job is never done.
no, it's not really, but I mean, sometimes it's like I don't know. Sometimes it feels overwhelming, but most of the time I enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's just in
Yep.
general, I have a ton of passion for virtual horse racing. So,
Yep.
horse racing, period, right? So, I love it. I actually love being a part of it, and I love being active as an owner. And
Do you miss not being able to play?
oh, absolutely,
Of course.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been virtual horse racing since 2007, and to probably what 2015, and
Yeah.
then had a brief little period where I was back on digital downs. I think I don't know the exact date range, but it was a real short period of time. But yeah, because I looked at it like it was a nice little hobby for me,
Mm-hmm.
and it was something I actually really enjoyed. I mean, I was always more of a bigger player, you know,
Yeah.
going
Oh
back to
yeah.
my
You always had a big stable when you played here. You always had a
yeah.
big.
I mean, that was my thing. Going back to even to Digiturf days, like my goals were, I wanted to run in the biggest races. I wanted to have the biggest horses, and and I carried on through the years. So it's like I wouldn't mind racing, a whole card, but really, I was really my mindset was really to win everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And but I think like a lot of people, I love the breeding aspect, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
I just love that whole breeding, like the next, just trying to find that monster horse, or whatever it may be. That to me, it was a great
Oh
thrill.
yeah. It's a big thrill when you home breed a horse that turns out to be a big horse. That's huge.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you can
so
buy them from the sales ring all the time, but if you can breed your own, that's
yeah, and
quite an
some of
accomplishment.
that's changing. I mean, we're making a. It almost seems like it's molasses, but we are making a slow transition um, back to the strength of the homebreds and the
Mm-hmm.
barns itself. So we really are focused on that. It's not something that can happen overnight.
No, of course not.
Um, but I think, let's say, the sales ring serves its purpose well. But at the same time, as we grow this community, I think we have the most ever active stables currently than I can ever remember. And I think it's healthy to have the sales ring for the new members, but it's also um, the homebred thing has to be a big part. So I'm hoping between the train. Can you hear me good or no?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
So I'm thinking between the transition that's going to happen naturally to the homebreds, back to home, to breeding, and also the new sire bonuses, the new breeders bonuses that we're going to roll out here this season. That'll also really help that aspect because you can't pick up these bonuses from the sales ring. They
Yep.
have to be you know from the community. So I think that's going to help build that as well. And in order for us to I think really to get that up and going, I think we need to have some adjustments to the confirmations. Um, you know the so we need to have some adjustments made to the visuals of the confirmation so that people can make more sense of it and they're able to use it as a tool to help breed and try to create certain type of horses. So I think that needs to happen this season at some point in time, and I'm sure some people will like it, some people may not like it, but I think that more needs to be done from a confirmation standpoint to help with homebreds. And I think that if people are patient with it, they'll see that pay off in the long run. It takes a so you can kind of drill down a little bit more as far as trying to develop certain type of horses from certain types of sires and mares.
Well,
So
it should take a while for a home breeding thing to
yeah.
kick in. It shouldn't be overnight anyway,
Oh
because
no,
it's
you're
got to
right.
be trial and error and everything. It takes a while to figure it
Absolutely.
out.
But I think, like I said, if I go back like 3, 4 seasons ago, I mean, there was a lot, the sprinters really were super strong, and that carried on from line to line. You know what I mean? As people bred
Mm-hmm.
more from, it really did. The speed and the sprinters really did hold up, and it seemed like they were dominating the game, and not seemed like it, they actually were dominating the game, and you knew you had issues when you couldn't find stayers anywhere around, and you had sprinters or natural sprinters that were winning stayer races and stuff like that when really they probably had no business being there. There's just no real true stayer to offset that, you know.
Mhm.
So
Well, that's
again,
changing rapidly, I think.
yeah, that's changed. I had, you know, I I didn't. It's something I'm definitely aware of. Uh, when we did the two sales rings ago, we put out a message to everybody. We posted on the site, the pop up messages, the forum, everything that there was a new set of horses in here. New types of horses that we haven't seen before, as far as like and mainly that was based around stayers and routers.
Mhm.
And when we had the first 2 days of that new sales ring, we saw a big difference in some of these horses that were coming out. And it did make me a little bit nervous because I want things to take hold gradually,
Yep.
and so when you see some really big stayers come out, I think it's great for the game, but I also obviously am concerned, and I pay attention to this stuff, as far as what's coming out, in the sales ring, because there's no true way to find out what's going on in the sales ring, unless you look at the actual results of the sales ring. So it's not like I can sit there ahead of time and say, okay, well, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. You have an idea what's going to happen, but until you guys start using the sales ring and you start seeing some results, so there was a batch of nice horses that came out in that first few days uh, that then were. I didn't realize it at the time, but I had that blue ticket on sale at that time. I didn't even realize it. Um, so I think people started figuring out through work times and stuff, what sires and mares were really well for the stayers and stuff. So we had a bunch of blue tickets purchased overnight while I was sleeping, and a few other things. So you know, uh, you
Well, it
know,
wasn't me. I win all my blue tickets.
yeah. But the thing is like you don't. It's like me. I don't. I know everything about the game, but sometimes I don't think about everything at the same time. It's like, if I do this and this, it didn't even cross my mind that I had blue tickets on sale for number one.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then obviously to see a batch of them sold. So, quickly I had to make some quick changes the next day just to make sure, certain things didn't really get out of hand.
Yep.
So, did a little sales ring swap, took down a blue ticket, raised some prices here and there. So, just to protect the game and to protect the community.
Uh-huh.
Now, that's not saying that there's nothing that so far in each ring, even the last one, the one that's in there now, there's the same type of horses can be bred. So it's not like we limited what can come out of the ring. I basically just removed certain horses from the ring that I thought were being targeted. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do follow that.
So there's horses in the last batch, there's horses in this batch. It depends on the mix. It depends on sire and mare together, all that kind of stuff. But there's still very nice horses coming out of the sales ring, and we're just going to monitor it. But I think it's important. It's going to be healthy for this game to get the stayers not only back in the game this season, but eventually get the true stayers back into the breeding barns.
Hmm.
Because then it's basically handing it over to you guys, and you guys then take it from there.
Yep.
So it's you know it's
Oh, I'm
important. But
sure
yeah, I
that.
mean, because that's actually one of my favorite styles of horses back in the day when I used to race them. And I've dabbled with some other stuff in some different places and stuff, but I really don't like to promote. I don't. Obviously, I'm not going to promote other places, but you know, I also have a name that comes with me, so I'm not always welcome. You know, in other places. So it's I tried to I got dabbled into real horse racings, but actually I kind of got more enjoyment out of virtual horse racing than racing real horses.
Really,
Yeah,
that's
I mean the first
interesting.
6 months were great, but after that the kind of bills kick in, and then it's not so fun anymore.
Yeah, that's going to be a tremendous upkeep on keeping a thoroughbred running.
Yeah, I mean we have a barn. I mean I have my own barn. We have our own little farm here, but it's all for like English saddle and hunter jumpers and stuff like that. And my wife's an instructor here. My daughter rides, for some pretty big programs, and so we're always around horses, we're all the time.
You ride them yourself?
No,
Or
you
you
know
just
what I did ride a little bit. So when I started dating my wife, I did ride horses at the time. Like I didn't ride horses. I went with her a few times and rode some horses, and that's it.
Mhm.
I went on a couple hunter paces. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with what they are or not, but basically it's like a cross country run with your horse, and
Uh-huh.
you jump stuff and you go through the woods and the
Oh, really?
field. Yeah, it's like a fox hunt, but
That,
no fox,
that would be
right?
enough to dissuade me from getting on a horse, having
Yeah,
them jump. I've ridden them in the past, but very, very
yeah.
infrequently.
Well, the first time I ever got on a horse, we we were going for a walk around the property. We were down in it was almost like a movie, like it was something that would happen in a movie. But we were down in the woods and we were across the creek and the stream, whatever, and and then on the way back, there was some people back there with quads running around, and it spooked the horse that I was on. And so the horse that I was on, it's my first time ever riding a horse, and the horse, and I can't trot or canter or none of that stuff. I don't know how to properly seat, have the proper seat in a horse. So this horse takes off and it runs through the creek and the water, up a hill, and the whole thing. It was just a wild experience um, that I'll never forget. And then, after that, I did have my own horse. I did get my first horse back in. I mean, we had horses, but like truly my own horse. I got a horse in, I think it was 2000, 2001. And the I named him Eminem,
Uh,
and it was a nice horse, and but I never rode the horse. And then
really?
like 7 years later, we eventually sold the horse, but that was my first ever horse because I thought it would be cool, but I never, So I did go on a couple hundred paces, and I did jump some stuff. I was hanging on to the mane, and you know, for my dear life. But it was it was quite the experience. But no, I don't ride them anymore. I prefer not to get on them. We went to a vacation place, like we went to a riding vacation, and so we went. So it was on this big farm or whatever, and they had these huge trail rides that you can go on as a family and stuff like that. But they had different levels. They had like advanced, expert, whatever, beginners,
Hmm.
and I thought we were just going to go out as a family and go on these trail rides. So I went, and when we get to a certain point, they separated us. So they put me in this beginner trail, and they put my wife and my daughter in this expert trail. And I really wasn't happy about that because I don't feel that comfortable on a horse, and I wouldn't even be doing it if it wasn't for my wife and daughter.
Of
So if
course,
I'm not
of
going to be
course.
with my wife and daughter, then you know
Yeah.
why get
Why?
involved?
Exactly. Why spend the money?
Right. Yeah. So it kind of it irritated me, and I couldn't wait to get off the horse. But yeah, so we're a big horse family for sure. Chickens. Lee says, "What about the goats?" Yeah, my goats are there. The goats, the pain in the ass. Uh, I got to go. I still have to go fix the goat pen because they basically destroyed the damn thing. I think Lee's coming in around 11:30.
Yeah, I figured you get closer to midnight, that's when people are going to come in.
I hope so. They can relieve me because I gotta at some point I gotta jump off and get some of this work done before the clock strikes 12. I'll be relieved
You,
once the new season flips over.
I'm sure you can give you a little bit of a breather once you get it all done.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of automated stuff, but there's still a lot of stuff that I feel more comfortable doing manually just to make sure you know that things are done the right way. I mean,
I do.
I, I had some automated stuff done. I think it was maybe the season before, and like the programmers kind of made a mistake and they kind of messed a bunch of stuff up. So it caused a lot of issues for me. So like I still am trying to work towards a lot of automation, but there's still enough manual stuff to to get done. Now in past, let's say a few seasons ago, it was much more difficult for a season change just because it wasn't set up right. But I put so much time and programming into automation that now really 90% of what I need to get done is already done for the season change, and the season's not even the change hasn't even happened yet. So I'm able to be more comfortable, you know.
Yep.
But you're always when you're running a website like this. This is it's a very unique website. It has a lot of you know, when you even when you talk to like security people or server people, they tell you it's so unique, this site, and all the cron jobs are running and everything, that you know you're always kind of a little bit nervous and making sure everything runs properly. So it's always something on my mind, you know. Like the site is going to get hammered at 12:01, you know.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So
Of course.
you know the good thing is that you know we have a really good foundation. We have a great server and great functioning capability. So I don't not
Well,
necessarily worry about it too much. So
you've
I,
only had one. You've only had one minor problem in the past month or so. Is that day that things slowed down. But other than that,
yeah, and
this site's been running well.
I can't even tell you the last time we've had an issue. You
Yeah,
know?
that's what I'm saying. This
Yeah,
this site's been running well. Hell,
yeah,
the original owner, Carl, we lost access to the server for like 3 months at one point.
yeah. It's because I mean it depends on who you do business with, and that's
Yep.
what it was really important for me to basically upgrade the server outfit and all that kind of stuff and security. It was a big thing on my list to do, and we finally were able to do it. And and we haven't listen. We've been, I'm not on wood, but we've been having a great run with these folks, and they're just really true professionals. So I'm super pleased. Um, and that issue that happened last week. It's funny because when I talk to them, like they're so responsive and they took full responsibility for it. Apologized. Basically they had a fan that overheated on one of the servers, so they swapped the fan, and that was it. You know, but yeah, it's just a lot of little stuff like that. But really, the biggest thing on my mind is the race car, because I still got so much to build with the race car. There's so many requests for certain races, and I actually think I might hold like a special session or podcast or something on some race requests, because I want to be able to get everybody's heads around certain things and say, look, we're looking at the schedule, we're trying to enter horses. This is what I don't see. I do see. Eddie posted something today that he wants to see, and that way I can start building that in
Hmm.
properly for the rest of the season, because I still have 380 stakes races to add, which is a lot, and then you have to tie the 380 races to the new Breeders' Cup schedule and the points and everything. So that's my focus here over the next 4 days, because I'd really like to get far out. Like me, I would love to have 4 months of this of the full stakes schedule in place. Um, so I don't have to worry about that either for the rest of the season. And I know the stables prefer to have all the information available to them. And I'm also looking to upgrade a few pages to make things easier for people to see the types of BC championship races we have, the schedule, whether it's series racing, whatever it is, that it's easier to find. It still amazes me that you have stables that have been here for a while that don't know that there is an entire page dedicated to the BC series. You know, they don't even know where the standings are. And it just blows me away that they don't know some of this stuff. So I assume
Well,
too much sometimes.
the time you put in now will pay off dividends in the long run. You know that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I hope so. I'm gonna keep grinding it out. Like I love.
We keep picking up new stables all the time, and some of these new ones are sticking their hands right in and getting going. They're not wasting any
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
which is a
and
good sign. And you got older
right.
stables coming back as well. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's a real good sign. And then the key is then to build a proper schedule around that, so that there's you know that's really my focus this year. I'm not this season, and hopefully it'll be better next season. But I'd like to really establish that career path of horses, and that we can get further separation between the best and the worst. You know,
Hmm.
and you know, so it really makes sense for people to race horses properly. One sec, got a message here I can reply to.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time. I'm in no rush. I'm just waiting for the clock to tick over. I wonder where Spacey's stable is. He's supposed to be coming in to offer his Seabiscuit horse up.
What up? You ready to come in here?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Coming in to offer his. Hey Don, how are you?
Good. What up? How
You
are
ready
you
to
guys
come in
doing?
here?
Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah.
Hey Don, how are you?
Good.
Well,
How
you
are
ready
you
to come
guys
in
doing?
here? We're getting some feedback here.
Yeah, I just got rid of it there. Didn't realize I had the other one going too.
Yeah, I forget all the time.
How are you guys doing?
Good,
I'm
man.
doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Good.
Looking forward to the new season.
You know what? It's like Christmas Eve right now.
Exactly.
I can't wait to get into these horses and see what I got. You know what I mean? See what's going to happen.
See how many lumps of coal might be sitting in your stock.
Yeah, well, when you said you may have to bring out your shotgun in a couple hours, I was thinking the same thing. I'm going to be getting rid of a few, but
They can't all make the track.
right.
No, they can't. But don't kill the wrong one.
Exactly.
No kidding.
Exactly. No, I think I'll probably just stick. If it doesn't look like it's got anything now, I'm just going to stick it away and sit on it for a season or two and see what it got.
I usually do pretty good due diligence before I pull the trigger on killing a horse.
Well, you know, you invest into these things, and you hate to just kind of get rid of them. You got to try to figure out if there's something I can use them for.
Yep.
Wait, did you hear that?
It's been a long time since I've been through a season change, so I'm. Crap! My neighbor just caught another rattlesnake in his backyard.
That's
Ooh,
crazy.
that's not good.
Oh, we get them all year long in the summer
Hell
when it
no.
gets hot.
Snakes, I don't do snakes, man.
I don't like them either. But we get in my little neighborhood here, my neighbors, we'll probably get 18, 20 a season.
You in the high desert?
Yeah, I'm in the high
Okay.
desert. You know, northern.
That would make sense. So
Yeah, northern LA County.
okay.
Is Foggy coming in here? I see him sitting in the studio. What's he doing?
Tell him to get his fat ass in here.
There you go.
Hey Bob, I do have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
A long time ago, you talking about the sales ring. You had mentioned that at some point the entire sales ring might be available for like blue ticket purchases. That's still in the works, or you know what I'm saying?
So what is in the works is the entire sales ring. Okay, hold on a second. It is in the works to have every single sire and mare available in the sales ring at once.
Okay. Yeah, that's what you had talked about a long time ago.
Right.
But
So I think we are going in that direction. I think it comes together like it's part of the whole process of us moving the power back to homebreds and home breeding, right? So all of this stuff is coming to is basically, you know, kind of melting together. And I think that one element of that is making sure that the sales ring is properly adjusted and we have the right amount of horses. Like right now, I think there's almost 500 sires and over almost 400 mares. And I think that I might like to get that to closer to 1,000 and 1,000. But
would you ever envision a stable being able to take one of their homebreds and breed to one of the sales ring horses?
No. So I saw that as a suggestion. I think it was Cowboy posted that, but I don't.
Well, he and I are good buddies.
Right. So here's the thing. I think that if we allow something like that to happen, it takes away from our goal of that transition to homebreds. Because
And
if I give you
increasing
the
the
ability to use
profitability of
homebreds for
homebreds.
sales
Yeah,
ring,
that makes
why are
sense.
you going to use each other's horses?
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Especially if you could select the horse that you want, which I don't think I would allow. So then it would be your sire or mare with a random sire or mare from from the sales ring, and quite frankly, even if we were to even consider that, it wouldn't even be anywhere close to now. So
yeah, that's kind of scary right there.
So, I think the first order of business is to have this out, to have the full offering in the sales ring, so that you look, if you wanted to land, let's say, a Secretariat and a Zenyatta, it may be I had the numbers here. It was like, hold on one second. It was like 150,000 to 1 or something like that, right? For that exact match or something like that. But so if you set the sales ring up in a certain way that, look, you can get all different types of matches that you couldn't get before, but and you're not you don't have to wait for me to rotate 20 out, 20 in. I don't have to worry about that week to week either. It's truly random of the entire pool that you get. And then I think at the same time, you make the transition back to homebreds, and you're going to see different types of horses coming out of homebreds. You make the changes to the conformation so people can do more with the homebreds and with so they can tell what they have and basically have a better idea of, let's say, what a stayer is, what a classic is, what a sprinter is, or what lines are carrying traits better, and then you make that whole thing more powerful, more useful. I just think it all kind of comes together. But the answer to the question is no, not right now.
Okay, it just said I knew you were working on it, but I know you got other things that have to be.
Well, that I expect that to come this season. As far as the total sales ring offering, what happened is that there's a wrinkle because of the blue ticket, and that I guess I don't know how I feel about having a blue ticket available, where then people can then choose any horse out of the entire pool of horses. I don't know how much different that is from like now we have 20 sires, 20 mares. You can use a blue ticket, and you can choose a mare, and you can choose a sire. But what if it was all sires and all mares? Is that too powerful of a tool?
Yeah, it could very well be.
So that's really my concern,
So if we want a future Disco Inferno, we just have to break into Lee's stable, and that's what you're telling us.
Yeah.
It's going to put the padlock on it right now.
That horse got beat today by another good horse.
Yeah, you better go for Rhythm and Blues.
Listen, I'd be happy to get any one of. As a matter of fact, I claimed one off. Who did I claim one off? A Totoro, I think. That's running tomorrow, but he's like Trillion was the mare, and I can't remember who the sire was, but he's a lower quality horse for sure. But the price was right. I claimed him for $6,500 off of a win, and then I put him right into tomorrow. I think he's running for Fireball Trillion is running for $25,000 tomorrow. So if they claim him off me, I made a profit. If they didn't, hopefully he'll still run well.
I'm going looking for it now. Oh, yep, there it is. Let me get my claim in.
Go ahead. I could use the 25.
Trying to get lighting right. Doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, I didn't bother.
Okay, Berkey, nice headset there you're rocking.
Hey,
What the heck? That's a gaming headset. You must be ready to play games with us.
I play. I don't play online games much, but I do play a lot of games.
Nice.
Play a lot of PC games.
Congrats on your poker win. I
I'm
fell asleep.
a poker deal. I figured you were probably napping because you had to get up late to do this show.
I was
Well,
up.
it was a short.
I had no
field.
idea that was you I was playing against, Berkey.
Usually I'm the first one out, so.
I usually get frustrated. I get a bad beat or something, and then it's all in. So
What are you talking about?
nothing.
Oh, that tournament, we played that little 3-handed tournament today.
Oh,
First annual Digital Downs Poker Tournament.
Yeah.
Foggy was the first one out. He had a chip lead early, but then he ran into some bad hands.
Yeah, you went down early, but you came back and took it off.
I wasn't catching anything early on. Nothing. It was going right.
I was getting cards early when the stakes were low, and when the stakes went higher, I wasn't getting much.
Yeah, that's the thing with tournaments like that. You got to catch hands at the right time. Obviously, if the stakes aren't high enough, you can't capitalize on your.
Hey, people watching, listening, jump in here, man. We want to see some new faces or some old faces. Jump in here.
Come on, you get a chance to see my mug for a change.
So, hey, I got a question. I got a question for you guys.
Okay, fire away.
My Wi-Fi is going in and out, but I know you guys have probably answered this at all. Do the horse ratings or the conference?
I think I lost them.
Yeah, no, my Wi-Fi is jumping in and out.
So you're going to ask if the conference
talking about
I think he wants to know if the conforms change at age when the age changes.
They used to do a little bit, but I don't think they do anymore.
Horse ratings don't, I don't believe. I think they stay the same all the time. Although I'm not positive.
Well, it would depend. So, like, I mean, is it possible? It is possible. Has it happened recently? Not so much. I think a couple seasons ago we saw more of it. You might have saw a subtle adjustment to a confirmation or even a horse rating, but I don't expect to see any of that. You know,
the only thing I've seen with horse rating is if you add horseshoes, it'll jump your horse rating up 0.75, 0.50. So that changes. Because sometimes on the lower quality horses, I don't waste money sometimes on horseshoes.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, guys. It's not something you can see, but let's say you've got a horse, great works, put it on the track, can't win anything. Does an age change affect that at all? Does a horse all of a sudden become a runner when they're not a runner?
Sometimes they do, yeah. Sometimes they do. Like I had a 5X.
So a 2-year-old couldn't win a race?
In a case like that, you might want to give him a try at 3-year-old. If he doesn't run, tuck him away for a little while. I mean, that's what I do sometimes. Like right now in my stable, I'm just taking a quick look here. Give me just a second so I know what the hell I'm talking about. In my stable right now, I have. Come on, Bill. Where are we? There we go. Waiting for next season. I have a tab called Waiting for Next Season in my stable, and right now I have 11 horses just sitting there waiting to see what happens at the age change. If they don't run at the age change, it's sayonara. But I do have some.
What age are we talking about?
Most of the ones I have.
Let's say I have some 2-year-olds that we had great work times, high horse rating, get them into races, and they couldn't do anything. They'd back up. So I'm holding it on to them, wondering if an age change has any effect on that. Whether all of a sudden they'll get some heart or they'll get some competitiveness and race a little better.
Yeah, I think you see some of it as a 3-year-old, but I think some people see a greater change at 4. You know, in some of those cases, like you hear people talk about their freezer horses and stuff like that, and then, you know, they're kind of surprised by some of the new works and stuff like that as 4-year-olds, and you can see in some of the races, like, you know, you look at their race rate or look at their speed or pace and stuff like that. There's a bigger difference. So, you know, as far as, I guess it would depend on if you have a horse that showed nothing. There's a difference between a horse that has shown nothing versus a horse that has shown something in a few races and then has regressed. You know what I mean? There's a complete difference. I mean, one has done nothing.
Right.
The other one has done something but has backed up. So that also I would depend on that. I would say that the horse that has done nothing has probably a better chance of doing something in the future than the horse that's backed up, even though it's proven something prior.
Okay. All right.
Because to me, what it tells me is that the horse that let's say got a few races under its belt that performed well in a certain way and has kind of regressed, is that that may be something that's wrong with the horse himself, as far as, you know, its career path or its wear and tear, or it, you know, that whatever that multiplier is on that horse. It's just like anything in real life. You know, you might have a horse that runs 3, 4, 4 times, and they're just not a racehorse anymore. You know, where some horses are like war horses in real life, and they can run. You know, you see them in the programs; they run forever. So the tough one is the 2-year-old that has great works, because, you know, we say works are potential only, but you think that everything's right because the works are there, the conform's there, the rating's there, and you haven't seen anything. That's usually the first thing I would do, is go back to my ads and my equipment that I have set up on the horse, and I would actually look at that again, and I would try using something different based on what the ads and meds adjust. So if you look at the site, it says, you know, whatever, you know, Butte adjust, you know, looks at endurance or strength or tongue tie is one that I would definitely look at, because those make slight adjustments with the horse. And what happens is usually we find out what is the best setup for our 6 furlongs based off of equipment and meds, and we never really look at it again.
Right.
So,
you don't look at a given distance.
right. So that's the first thing that I would do before making any drastic measures of a freezer or culling the horse or anything like that, as I would look at the equipment and meds. And then from there, if you get no response, then you can look at, it could just be as simple as, did you use the same jockey on each one? Was it the same type of track on each one? And then try to change some of that to see if it impacts how the horse performs, because you may have a horse that runs well at Belmont, but he doesn't really perform that well at Santa Anita, or maybe it's a certain type of jockey setup that he doesn't like, you know? So you have to take everything in consideration. So what I always tell people with these type of horses is, did you start from the very best possible scenario with the horse? Meaning, did you run its first race in its wheelhouse of a distance? Did you run it on surface? Did you run it with a decent jockey? And did you have the proper instructions on board for that race? Now, if you did you do that for a batch of races? Did you do that for 4 or 5 races? Did you give that opportunity? Or did you come right out of the chute running off surface, not ideal distance because you're trying to rush everything through, willy-nilly the instructions and the jockey? Because all of that actually matters. And that's usually the thing that I get first from people is, you know, I ran this horse and it ran like shit, right? That's the message I get. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, like, am I supposed to dissect your horse for you, or is this supposed to be part of your, you know, your job here as a stable owner? Because the first thing I'm going to tell you is, I looked at your horse in your work times. It's a dirt horse. Your first race was on turf. I'm not saying that a horse can't win on turf, but I'm telling you it's the preference, and I'm telling you, if I'm telling you this, it means it is a factor in the race. So right away, we're off to, it's hard for me to like, you know, make a judgment about the horse when its setup is wrong, right? So I would make sure everything's perfect with the setup, and then judge the horse. If everything's perfect and you tried everything and the horse is still not running, then that's one that I would say I would wait for an age change on the horse, because the horse may want to run better, and maybe the horse runs better in a different setup. It could be weight related, it could be age related, it could be any of those things. So I would definitely, you know, hold on to the horse and see if it runs better for you later. Now, I know that the race program and the system is definitely geared towards older horses, and I think that may surprise people. But that's why you see, you know, 4-year-olds tend to have a decent age change compared to the other ones. The game was really built for an older racing.
Right.
So, it's really built for a 4 to 7 range as far as racing goes. We just never seem to get there, you know. So
yeah, no, I see that. You know, in real racing, your 2-year-olds, you only see them a certain part of the season. You don't see them that often. It's usually for higher horses. But no, I've had some horses that have run, you know, 108.28, 108.30, and they look like they're backing up on the track. And I put them away. I mean, I've run these horses 12, 14 times. Can't get anything off them.
yeah.
So I'm wondering whether, you know, the age change can make a difference on something like that.
Well, some of them can. Definitely the 4-year-old stuff for sure.
Are the horse ratings good on them?
What's that?
How about the horse ratings? Are they pretty solid?
Yeah, I've got one that's one is a 108.5.
All right, because
It runs the 6 furlong in 108.30.
yeah,
And
from my experience, I have one of the best horses I ever got out of the sales ring was called Maximum Talent, a 5X horse rating 110.75.
That's crazy.
Could only get him to win 3 out of 15 starts.
okay.
He's now 4 years old. He's been 4 years old this season, and I retired him. He's been a monster in the breeding shed.
I think I've
You
read
have
him
a-
a few times.
Yeah, you bred to him a couple of times.
Yeah.
Out of 100 races, he's had his offspring have won 19, 17 places, and 15 shows. So he wasn't a superstar on the track, but he's performed extremely well in the breeding shed.
Good to know.
And also, what some guys will do is they'll multi-work the horse, because the thing is, and I hate to say it, but it's the truth. It's the reality of the situation. Is there's so many little minor, like detailed aspects of this game that were built around real life racing, and one of those aspects is horses that they just don't fulfill their potential, right?
Right.
Just like buying yearlings or 2-year-olds from an auction, and then you work them out. I mean, I can go through any program and look at all the work times for all these horses, and then you look at them and they're like, they can't even win a $5,000 claim. But when they're breezing and working in the mornings, they look freaking superior, So a lot of that was included in the development of the game, So it's a percentage of whatever may be. Now, we did take a large chunk of the morning glories out of the game. Okay.
A large chunk of what?
We call them morning glories, horses that don't, So you still
Anna Kournikovas, they look great, but don't win anything.
Right, exactly. There you go. But so yeah, I mean, there was a larger element of that in the past. I know that's been scaled way down, but there's going to be a percentage of horses that just don't do it. And some of these guys what they'll do is they'll multi-work these horses in groups, working company, and so do working company with some of their horses, and sometimes you can pick these horses out by doing that. Now, I know that you'd have to experiment with the gates, experiment with the jockeys, and make sure you switch them all around, because the multi-works tend to favor more of the inside gates more so than racing does. So you have to make sure you switch some of that around, and if you have a better horse that's in that group, they'll perform better than the other ones in different gates and different setups with the jockeys and stuff like that. So if you run them 10 runs or whatever, you'll figure out eventually which one is the best out of, say, 4 horses on 10 works in company, because he's going to consistently, I'm not saying he's going to win every work, but he's going to consistently, from my experience, maybe Lee has a different opinion. I know he's done the works, but I think over a period of time, one will show better than the others. So.
Sorry, I was busy typing, trying to get people to come in.
Bob, I have a quick question about Butte. Oftentimes when you get the vet report, the vet says, I wouldn't use Butte because it may cause harm to the horse. Now, I know I heard you say last week, I think it was, that Butte has two factors to Butte. So I'm assuming, because a lot of times when I train the horse, even using Butte, when the vet says don't do it, the times come considerably lower. So I'm assuming that in that case, one of those factors is considerably higher than the other, and that's why it becomes a positive rather than a possible negative. Possible negative. Does that make sense?
Right. So that's something that we're looking at now, because I know what's going on, but that's exactly what it is. So I know it's working correctly, but it is confusing to the stables, like I would imagine, right? So in some way.
Yeah, I just don't. If he says don't bother using Butte, I just try on Butte anyway, just to see if it changes.
Yeah,
I found out.
Since the Butte is impacting 2 different areas, what it's doing, I did some research on this in the last few weeks, okay? And I got it, I'm in the hard code, so I'm looking at it and I can see what it's doing. So basically, it's impacting 2 things. And if one of them is, from a numerical standpoint, if one of them is perceived to be having more of a negative impact than the other one, then it's going to default to that message that you get in the front end, which is butte can be harmful or whatever it is. And even though the other thing that it impacts is actually making the work time faster, you know what I mean? Like, so it's giving you, it's one's negative, one's positive, one outweighs the other one, and whatever one outweighs it is the message that it's giving you. So I'm trying to see if it makes sense to break that out, you know, and maybe add a different piece of equipment, or let's say I add front wraps, right? Let's say I add front wraps to the equipment aspect of it, and then move that one piece from butte over to front wraps, right? Whatever element that is. So that way you get a cleaner look with the butte. Whatever butte tells you, it is what it is, and whatever the front wraps tell you, that it is what it is. So we are looking at it, but I would say my recommendation to everybody is to always check butte, no matter what the vet tells you. Check it both ways, because butte is making multiple impacts at once.
I go to by the old Ronald Reagan statement: trust but verify.
So Berkey, in that instance you referred to, try when it tells you butte is no good and it actually works. Try taking butte off and going over to blinkers. A lot of times blinkers does what butte did. So I think
really? That's interesting, because I usually go through the meds first, and then I
do too. But in that case, whenever butte actually improves a horse, then I take it off. I go over to blinkers, and I find out that the blinkers did what the butte did. Now, like Bob said, a butte might be doing something else as well, so you might want to leave it on. But
I'll give that. I'll experiment with that. That's a good point. Thank you.
Look at our new guest here,
Spacey in the house. Spacey, I have a horse for you to breed with if you want.
All right, sounds good. That's why we're here tonight. Well, that's part of the.
My sire is called Maximum Talent. 5X 120 110.75 horse rating. He's produced some real strong horses already, so he'll be ready to go if you're interested.
I'm interested. Let me check him out real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Maximum Talent.
Yeah, did you go through the application process there, Berkey, or trying to do the impromptu?
I'm just trying to get in line. I'm first in line on the queue. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well, who is this Seabiscuit horse?
It's the real deal. It's Seabiscuit reincarnated.
Didn't I see it? Wasn't it in a crown race yesterday?
Right. So
yeah, it had a 9 post though.
Seabiscuit is the horse that I claimed. I guess it was a new stable. It was the first race that she had ever been in, and I was lucky enough to win the shake. And
nice.
I've had her since, but yeah, she raced all the Triple Crown races this year, and had a hard year because of the competition, but she still managed to pull off about 500,000 in winnings. And
very nice. Well, how much
she's a 107.5 rated, I think, 5X, and she's her training times are made to go long, so she's a stayer. So.
Oh,
nice. So
horse will be real popular.
So, how much did you claim her for?
I think 16K.
Oh, 16K wow. wins 500,000, and it's a 5X and 107 rated.
And I believe she didn't even have a workout. She was just no vitamins, no butte, nothing, just straight.
Really?
Just out there. Yep. But they didn't even, whoever had her didn't even try and never tested her or anything. So I was lucky to win the pick on her. But he had her fun. It's time for her to make her babies now. Hopefully passing the. Oh, and her breeding is top notch.
Yeah.
Somebody bred it called the Drip House. I've never even heard of it.
The what?
Usaichi Pegasus and Winning Colors, both
Oh wow, that is.
10 gold stars horses.
Who was the Drip House, Bob?
I have no idea.
12.5. You claim that horse for? Wow.
12.5, yeah.
Man.
You know, the thing is, with the past season, we made that change to the new members, right? So if new member signs up, they get the 4 free horses, but now the 4 free horses aren't creates anymore. They're 4 free horses from the sales ring. So it made a difference, So now we get people that register every single day, all the time, and they all get 4 free horses. Some people, and every stable gets started with game credits and bonus credits. So some of these new people that you don't even know, or they go through that process of nominating a horse because it's all free money. And then, maybe this guy did that and then never see him again,
Yeah.
So,
Well, his loss was somebody else's gain. That's all.
yeah, I mean, I've seen some pretty amazing free horses given away that are just rotting away in stables that just never came back. So,
Yeah.
I was certainly lucky to get a hold of her, and now, I like to pass along her bloodlines. I'm not going to hog her. I'd like to get some new bloodlines in my stable as well. I have a very small stable. I'm just trying to have a little fun. I'll grow, but I'm trying to do it slowly and surely, I guess.
Hey, Berkey.
Yeah.
Is Santa Horsey Claus climbing down your chimney here? He's not getting stuck, is he? 2 minutes, buddy.
I got so much work I got to do. It's not even fun.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to bug out of here. One, my Wi-Fi's bad, and I got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah.
I started counting my stable. I stopped at 150. I gave up. I'm not counting any more horses. I don't want to know.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, but between the 3 eliminator heats, I'm going to have like 65 in those races, 20, 25 in each, maybe.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big weekend.
The Burkinator,
Unfortunately, I'm working on Monday, so I won't be around to see the 2-year-olds.
Oh,
but I'm
okay.
off on Sunday and I'm off on Friday, so I'll be able to see the 3 and 4s run.
Yeah, you're coming on with me Friday, aren't you?
Yeah, whenever you tell me you're going to do it.
Yeah.
I'll be available. I'll be
I'm trying to
available.
get some new players to come in before, if their work schedule allowed it, and then lead up to them. But we'll see.
All right, guys, I gotta hit it.
All right. He hit it hard.
got Dawn Stables is on the chat over there.
Yeah, I'm begging Dawn Stables to come in, but
Why is this thing coming up like
so,
this?
the stable's holding out for a blue ticket to come in, Bob.
Blue tickets are like, there's no, I don't think there's any more giveaways or contests for blue tickets.
So for people listening, check out the new packages if you're a breeder or anyone really. But
Yeah, I grabbed one already.
Yeah,
I grabbed it. I think it was
Bargain.
the gold one.
buy all 3.
No. I still work on a budget.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a retired banker.
Hey,
This guy-
Berkey, are those boxes or filing cabinets full of casino chips over there behind you?
Yeah,
Is that
I
what
wish. I wish.
it is? Stacked decks, loaded
No,
decks.
I got a pretty packed household here.
There
I
was
got
earlier when I
seven
was
of us
watching.
living here.
Oh, go ahead.
7 of us living here. So
Yeah, there's that. This
Yeah,
person in the background.
that's one of them
he's
right
coming
there.
in.
That's one of my grandnephews, Noah. Hey,
Tell him to
Noah.
Get over here. Get over here. Come over
He's
and say
waiting.
hello. Tell
He's
him
not
to
shy.
come over here and flex. We had, let's see, Poncho on the other day, and his 2 kids were mugging, but then
Yeah, they were all
when they
over
get on the camera, they wouldn't. And then Gary had his dogs trying to
God
came.
damn.
Uh-oh.
Fucking guy.
Wait a minute. Bob is
All right.
live and not happy. Is this site related, Bob?
Yeah, it's always fucking something. Dude.
Should we hold on for a bit, or is it just a question?
Huh?
So should we not do much yet, or is that?
No, I mean it's the same shit that go through the last 2 seasons, which is the racing weight for 2-year-olds going to 3 and 3-year-olds going to 4 on your front page for what you see is not updating, and then I got to send a message to the programmer, and then it'll be correct. You know what I mean?
But for training purposes, it's updated. We just don't see that it's updated.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's like it's
yeah. Well, that's what's a good thing we're doing this show.
Weight's
Then
important,
people that are listening will know that.
I'm tired of paying for the same thing over and over and over again.
I hear you. The smartest people in the world are programmers. They don't have to check their work. Well, sorry if anybody's a programmer that's listening.
No, it's the truth because you don't. I mean, it's well in this case, I can't check it. You can only check it during a season change.
Yeah.
We only have 3 of them in a year, so I got to wait 4 months in between because there's no way to.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you guys
Well,
think I'm
since they're volunteering their time, I guess you can't ask for a whole lot from them. Programmer volunteers.
I'm gonna work on this right now, real quick.
Oh, you are paying them, huh? Berkey,
Yeah.
sneaking into the Christmas stocking yet?
No, I'm trying to train.
Hey, Spacey.
Hey, how's it going? What's up?
Hey,
I'm checking out the new
what's your first name? So I don't unless you don't want to tell me.
Eric.
Eric. Okay. And you were here before?
I've been here. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
I was Florida Farms.
Florida Farms. Okay.
I don't know how through a random Google search. Even if they even had Google back then, but I got turned onto here season 1. I had horses racing from season 1.
Season 1, huh? So you used to kick Bob's tail all the time, or?
This was pre-Bob. I think Bob came in season 20 something, or if I can remember right.
Who were the big dogs back then?
I actually snuck out a title one of the years. I think Bob ended up buying out most of my horses.
I did. I bought his whole stable, I think.
Yep. The year I won a title, and I think he came in and made a big play, and that was it.
Nice.
But he's looks like he's made bigger plays since then.
Congratulations. You ever run against Foggy Dan?
I did. Yep.
You ever see a horse called Forgotten Magic?
Oh, Jesus. He's not even here, and you got to bring that horse up.
The only Triple Crown.
I've only heard the legend. I've never actually seen him live in person.
He's mugging in the background here, so not sure if he fell asleep or just listening or what. But
Me and Dan are actually neighbors here on the Space Coast, almost neighbors. Although we've never met like in real life, but we are.
Oh, and his new digs there,
out here in Florida, out here in I don't want to say exactly where he lives, but I'm not.
Melbourne.
Yeah, Melbourne. I'm 5 minutes north.
Oh wow!
So,
are you a big NASA guy?
Sort of, yes.
Sort of, yeah.
Yep.
Did they get that thing off the ground yet, or is it?
No. It's set for the weekend now.
I knew the first launch was delayed. I didn't know.
Yeah, Monday. That was supposed to go Monday. We got 400,000 people coming into the county to watch this thing go up.
Wow.
It's the biggest rocket ever.
How long does it take to get to the moon on one of these now, if it's unmanned like that?
This one. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I know the whole mission is like 42 days. It's gonna be it's an unmanned. They got some dummies in there. For 42 days, it's gonna be going around the moon. And then it's gonna land back in the ocean here. So this is a test flight, and then they're gonna try a manned one in a couple of years, and then in 2025, hopefully, we're gonna be on the moon again.
Oh, wow.
That's the plan.
Or, as some people believe, for the first time,
Right.
Buzz Aldrin. It was fake.
I was thinking about that too. Like that was some remarkable technology for 1969.
Yeah, sure was.
Get on the moon. That's
Berkey.
Yeah.
Awful silent over there. You over there breeding already? I think you're breeding.
No, I'm trained. No breeding training.
Training the yearlings.
No, I'm seeing if any of my 4-year-olds that turn 5
Oh yeah.
are going to be good for the Eliminator. But the first one I trained looks like he's good for the Eliminator, but the race doesn't show up for him.
For a 4-year-old and up.
For a 5-year, he's 5 years old.
Is there a 5-year-old eliminator?
Well, it's 4 and up, it says.
Yeah, that's what I meant. 4 and up. If the owner was only on here, we could ask him.
Yeah, what the hell? What does he know?
What's the problem?
Hang on for a second. Let me get to the right.
You probably
page.
don't have the right boxes checked.
I don't have any box check. I just have 1 mile check. Thank you very much. Okay, my horse, 5-year-old mare, animalistic. I just trained her, and she trained a 148.55, so I figure she could probably run in the Eliminator, but the race does not show up for her. Is it because she's 5 years old?
No, hold on, I'm checking right now.
Is it? Did she run a ball before?
Oh yeah, she's run before.
Okay, but never won. Never won more than one.
That's correct. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Maybe that might be the Never mind. Stupid ass. Thank you.
What?
I had this one tucked away, but it's one more than one. Let me try the next one down just for shits and giggles.
So you got me on an egg hunt here.
Sorry, buddy.
I bailed you out, Bob.
I don't mean to make your job
That'd be a
harder.
blue ticket.
Let me just out of curiosity see if that pops up.
So the 158,000 to 1 odds, was that what you were talking about when I was trying to type? If you put them all in the ring at once. Pancho! There he is. Pancho let me win. Pancho let me win the month.
Good night.
Yeah, 2
Oh,
of them.
God's sakes. They'll let anybody in here,
Wait a
huh?
minute.
What's that little boy still doing up this time of night?
Get him in here this time. Yes.
Isn't it best this time?
There he is. Yes. Flex, buddy. Flex.
Young Pancho.
Flex. Show him the biggies. Show him the guns.
Young Pancho. Sounds everything.
Oh, there we go. There, oh my God. I could do that. How you doing? What you got? Some beats there? What kind of headphones you rocking?
Yeah, and I was sorting out my headphones, but just give me a few minutes.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We got a hand. Oh, there he is. Get on here. Yeah, give us a flex. Flex your muscles.
Sometimes, now I have them jumping all over the place.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. That's what we like to see. Oh, wait a minute. What time is it there?
So you see what's going on with me?
Well, congrats again for that title.
Thanks again.
You get a big trophy this year.
Yeah.
A big one.
A big one.
That's nice.
Yeah, congrats, buddy. Uh-oh. I lost Spacey's camera.
We have to make up for the other 6 trophies that you didn't receive.
Okay, no problem. I'm taking that with a smile.
Oh, crap. You got to win 7 titles to get a trophy?
Yeah,
We're gonna get a nice big heavy one that'll have all 7 of the championships on the plaque.
Okay,
Leave room to add some more, Bob.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah.
It'd be one of them plaques where it's got all the different places where you can just keep adding to them.
Well, it'd be cool if we could send it to the next winner, if there ever is a
if
next
there
winner.
was one.
You know, then they can move around. You know.
And this is so.
Hey, there we go. There's a good. Come on, show us your muscles. Come on, flex them up. Flex them up.
And he said that trophy is for him.
Not for free, right? He wants a blue
No,
ticket.
he said that trophy. He wants that trophy.
He wants the trophy, huh?
Yeah, he wants the trophy. So the trophy is for him.
Oh, he wants the trophy.
He going to show it off to his friends and all things in school.
No.
But he likes the horse racing also.
Oh, okay, cool.
The most.
There we go. Come on, give us
Good night.
give us a
Good
flex.
night.
One flex. Come on.
Bump, bump some muscle. Bump the muscle. Bump the muscle. Congrats, Lee, for the monthly rewards.
What's that?
I said congrats for topping the monthly rewards.
Yeah.
This one, that was well done, boss man. Well done. I like that. And you climb up the standings, I pop in, man.
You what's your start of the year time frame? You know, it's 3 hours, 4 hours a day to enter. What kind of time do you spend at the beginning of a year? I can't fathom. Do you take a whole day off and just sit in an office and spend 24 hours updating your stable, or what?
Wow, it normally takes more than 24 hours. You know, sometimes it's taking me a whole month to get through my stables.
Oh my
So
God.
what I do sometimes, I take vacation or I take some days off, as you say. But entries is definitely 4 to 6 hours, at least.
Oh, boy.
Especially for the first week of the new season, it's a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
It
No,
is.
we were wondering earlier what on a different podcast. Hey, how many of them did you nail today? Did you get any auction horses? I think you said you got the 52.5 or whatever.
Yeah, just that one alone. That was something Betsy.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good
Yeah,
buy.
that's the only one I had my eyes on, to be honest. Unless the one I told you, if it wasn't gelded, I would the one for 250.
Yeah.
I would make a play on that one.
Yeah. Did you contact them and see maybe you get it for cheaper? Or?
No, I didn't. No, really.
Yeah.
I didn't reach out.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for Pancho.
Sure.
Is that the little one in the background? Does that mean this is going to be a generational thing? We're going to have to fight your stable for you, and then when you sell us, I mean, you're teaching him the ropes.
I would like that
Or
very
see the
much.
brains behind the outfit.
I would like, he's even more aggressive than me, you know.
Does he watch
he
watch you
watches.
play the game?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does. He does.
He
He
likes
likes to
it?
watch. He likes it. He likes the
Cool.
replays. He likes to
Ah,
watch the
very
races actually running and see the
That's
horse
cool.
colors. He likes all those things.
Does he get excited when Dad's horse wins?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask him.
Yeah. Yes.
Who screams louder for the horses coming down the stretch?
Yeah.
Just scream louder. You or me? You don't know? He does scream louder. He does want to. And in real life too, he did ride horses in real life, huh? 'Cause he did go to the racetrack in real, and he rode horses that I had before now. So it comes up in the blood. He's like me when I was with my father. He loves it.
Nice.
So hopefully he carries it on too.
Is he the youngest or next to youngest?
Next to youngest. Youngest is
next
a baby girl, which is just a year younger than him.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
But she's bigger than him, but she's
Here's another
younger than
voice.
him.
Come on
Yeah.
now. Come on here.
Daddy's 64.
Identify yourself.
No.
You don't want her coming up.
Listen.
I see Spacey in the background, the night Spacey.
Yes.
First time I'm seeing you face to face.
This is the first time I've been on.
Oh, okay, that's nice, man. That's nice.
This is a special night. It's New Year's Day, sort of. New Year's
is.
celebration.
It is.
We got some business to take care of too.
Well, we got plenty. You could just tip your hats and say what you want.
Now, do you have a mare lined up for his Seabiscuit?
Seabiscuit is the mayor.
Seabiscuit's the
Yeah,
mayor.
it's in
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We don't go in for that kind of stuff here at Digital Downs.
Yeah, sorry. Mate, I meant not mare.
So we have plenty of space. So you just have to say what you want, what you're looking for.
Well, tell me, you're the professional, so you pick whatever horse you think is going to work best, and we'll go for two. We'll make two, and you get one, and I'll get one.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Stanley?
That's the deal. For the
I got so
five
many.
people.
So many.
You have to draw
If
them
you
out.
had a favorite, if you had a favorite, would that be easier? Other than that, I could go through who's top performance, you know? If you want, you almost get me quiet. Stop carrying news. Father, it's up to you. I have a few new ones that are going to trial at the doctor's orders that I want to try also too. So I have a good bit. I have 110, I have 109, I have 5EX, I have 4EX. So it's up to you.
109.
And then you want to try it recently. I think the 110 that I sold in the ring. His father, don't carry rumors. He only bred like about 8 times.
Yes.
And he's a 106 5EX. He's really, really nice. Really
That's
nice.
the one I want to try.
Yeah, he's really nice. He's the top young stud right now in Pancho City.
He was an eliminator. He made it to the eliminator finals, right? I think I remember that horse.
A couple seasons back here, correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do it.
Let's try it out.
That is not a problem.
I'd like to see what you get.
Well, I just did my first rework on one of the yearlings, and boy, what a difference. Holy mackerel.
What, Bucky? For Bucky to say that? You know what's going on with that?
Yeah, his best, before the age change, he's a rooter for sure. He ran a 108.94.
Okay.
I just trained him again. He's down to 108.64. That's a big change.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
that is.
it is. It is. Wow.
For a mile and a half, he went from 233.08 to 232.58.
Right. Okay.
Oh.
That's
That is-
really nice.
So he was originally trained on the right weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
So he was originally trained on the right weight, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Right.
Same
Okay.
jockey.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, he's Man of War and Global Trot. He's a gold
That's
ticket.
bigger. That's bigger than you normally see for the 6 furlong.
Yeah. That's a big jump.
Yeah, I was surprised.
How much did you get? I got about 2/10 up of a couple that I did.
Ooh.
Because I ain't trained any as yet.
Wow, Bob's gonna pop on here and pull his hair out.
I ain't trained any as yet. But I did tell Bob, fellas, I will tell you all, I had a 99 rated horse. I feel could win the eliminator.
You have a 99 rated horse. That's gonna win the
99
eliminator.
rated horse. Yeah.
I'd save him for the 99 series if I were you.
99. Right now, I'm looking for a name for him. So if I can help him out, give me a name.
You want a name for him? Okay.
I want everybody to know him. Yeah.
Name him
Gonna
Pancho
name a
wins
horse.
another.
What's
Pancho
the
wins
win?
another.
Okay.
Who's
That
is it
I would do.
homebred?
Yeah, he is. No, he's not a homebred. Got him from the ring.
Okay. Who's Sire and Dam?
Look, I gotta look it
Oh,
up.
okay. See if we can.
Yeah, but he is
See if we can get a
99
name.
rated.
99.
I
How about
don't want-
Agent 99?
Yeah.
That was a female, though. Get smart, I think, was the show.
When I told Bob, he laughed. Well, he didn't laugh, but it was something like when I told him about more money, more problems.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, more money, more problems.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, well, right. He's something like that. He don't
Yeah.
have all the EX, but he times.
So we have a suggestion from Dawn saying name it Unexpected Eliminator.
But that's what you say. Pancho wins another. As Berkey.
Okay. Foggy wins another. Foggy steals another win.
Hey, Pancho, what form should I
Foggy.
have
Oh,
her
I
go
said
to?
Foggy. How about Remembered Magic?
Oh, remember the time?
There's Bob. Hey, Bob, jump in here. The yearlings are breaking the records.
What happened?
Things are improving like 0.20.
But I did visit the ring, but they get plenty sub 100 horses, you know.
Mhm.
Something happened good?
Berkey and Eric are saying that their yearlings at 6 furlongs are improving by 0.2 or greater,
Let me try to train one and see.
which I think is a little bit higher than normal. But
All right, now try Betsy. What I bought today. Let me see. Betsy was
I
going
just
108.65. Let me see what Betsy's doing now.
108.22.
Yeah.
120.
Betsy has gone from a 108.65 to a 108.46.
Oh, 0.19. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cranking a little bit higher than they usually do.
And that is
Well,
what
that makes
every
that even.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's
and
not
boss man, that's what everything on. I ain't do my training yet, so it could be a little lower than that.
Well, that makes that horse worth even more
Yeah.
than what you paid for it. You're gonna have to send the owner a little more money.
Yeah, so that's money worth it.
Listen, I'm telling you, these horse values have to go up. I don't know how someone $50 for a horse is going to win $600, $700, $800. It's crazy.
Let me look for my 99 rated horse that everybody laughing at me out there now.
We're not laughing at it.
Let me look for him.
We're not laughing at it.
I think it's a cold too, eh? Yeah, let me check. I have him down for the eliminator and all they're laughing at me.
You laughed again. You scared him away.
And I'm going through them here now. I'm going through them. I'll get him. Nah, that's a filly.
Hey, is that a phone in the background? What is that on the wall back there? Is that the bat phone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how I bet post.
I thought maybe it was like a phone directly to your stable.
Oh no!
Hey, get that horse up and working.
All right, I'm still looking. What's on over there? All right, that's the matter. I'll get him or no? All right, let me see. I know
All right,
that.
Pancho.
Yes.
He is lined up and ready for you.
Ready for me? All right, just give me one minute.
No problem.
And I will let me get the. Let me get him for you.
Berkey,
Yeah, I'm here.
we were in the middle of.
Let me get
I was
him.
looking up that horse. I forget the name of it. Maximum something. You said.
Maximum Talent.
Where are you?
Maximum Talent's the name of the horse.
California. Don't follow rumors. Alright. Go on you. Come down.
Who's squeaking?
Yeah, here now, let's speak truth. Alright, public, yes. It's
He's showing me his guns now, Pancho. He's so close.
yes.
He's just got to flex. The guns are there. He just needs to flex.
Alright.
There he is.
Well, you know, Lee, I'm new to this. How are doing this, Lee? Public, no. Yeah. Are they reserve them?
Yeah, look at him. He's taking over, Pancho. He's gonna push you aside and take over.
He doing this? He doing that already?
All right, so you guys breeding, or are you still looking up the next eliminator chain?
Actually,
Yeah.
I'm trying to reserve him here now.
All right, Berkey, is that the one you want to use?
Lee, how I go about this reserve, Lee?
What's that?
How I
That's
go
the one I
about
want to use.
reserve it? Spacey to breed?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
They were talking across each other.
Yeah, sorry. Say that one more time.
Come off me. Yes, Lee, tell me, how to go about reserving them again?
The what?
Those Spacey?
Yes.
How I can, I don't reserve much now. How do I go about this again? I come down in him.
Oh, how to reserve?
Okay, yeah. You just type in for the stable name, Spacey Stable.
You have to click reserve before
Yeah,
you
reserve,
do anything
sorry.
else.
Public stays on no, right?
Public stays on no, yes.
No,
Right.
And then
Alright,
in the box, you would type in Spacey Stables.
Alright, reserve for Spacey. Alright.
And then for the dollar amount, $1,
Okay.
you have to take it off of zero.
hey, you're gonna have to put public yes,
Public, yes. Okay.
because what it'll do is it won't post it to the public page. That's what that means.
Oh, wait a minute. We got
Alright.
another member here.
If it's
That's a big yes, right? Yes.
Mr. Dutton.
What's up, man?
Hey, welcome aboard.
Alright, it's Spacey Y, right?
Yes.
All right.
Like to join the party or breed a horse or ask questions or just
How
join
much,
the
how much breeds you want, Spacey?
What's that?
How much breeds you want?
Sorry, there's some horse trading,
One,
horse breeding
two,
going on.
How many breeds?
One breed.
There's one breed you want?
one breed.
Oh, they're
Alright.
trading horses.
We're going 1 for 1 tonight.
Alright, no problem. I have you there, reserve one breed. Alright.
I got to
save
turn
it.
it. Hold on.
Alright, tell me if it's up.
Hey, Dutton, you're on your phone.
Yeah,
That's
Tell
pretty
me
good for a phone.
if he's up.
I'm trying to expand the screen here. It's so
you-
little.
Well, when you turn it sideways, it don't work.
No,
Let's go.
and I don't see a box to click to make it bigger. Hold on.
Hey, you're coming in nice and fine to me though.
Yeah, we see it real
You're
good.
good to go.
Alright, let's see if he's
I'm turning. Just my phone's not.
There, some of the phones you have to set it so that
Is it there? I ain't seeing it there.
I didn't make it public, I think. That was my problem.
You make it public.
I left it on no.
Yeah, you have to change it to yes
Yeah, they changed it.
Yeah, just change it to yes and hit up.
because that allows it to be seen on the public page.
Yeah, they changed it.
Okay.
And then when you put the limit of the breeds, we do just click save, right?
Yes.
Poncho top.
Newbies, don't watch this. Don't watch this process. It's really easier than don't fall for it.
Yeah, it is. It's a headache.
It's like sausage. You don't want to see it being made, but you know it tastes good.
It's so true.
It takes 2 seconds.
7-time champ, and he can't. He's still trying to get a breed through.
I still include my own. Tell me why you doing wrong, boss man.
I was waiting. I'm looking for yours to pop
Oh,
up.
I didn't put in the fee. $1.
$1.
$1 is the fee, boss man, or 1,000? $1, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
$1, yeah.
$1. All right, that's what I must say.
Wait,
I
you mean
wasn't still.
Pancho, you mean to tell me you win 7 season trainers titles and you don't know how to reserve a horse?
But that just wasn't straight, boss man. Pancho don't sell much. I should not sell at all. So no, I don't.
I got Pancho out of his shell.
Yeah,
Exactly.
He's seen a drunk Seabiscuit and he just had to come and see what he can do. He's learning how to make horses here.
You understand? All right. You see anything, the boss man? I still ain't see it, the boss man. Let's you do it for me, no?
I don't see you.
I ain't see it.
Put the phone on your screen.
Am I gonna have to get involved here?
No.
Yes. Get coffee. Get all the coffee now, leave it.
A little closer. A little closer.
They say can't find. Oh, there's one going Spacey Stables.
No,
Not
yeah.
Spacey White.
Sorry about that.
Hey, I have a question.
Stables.
Yes.
On these track records, how am I supposed to see the splits?
Right. Supposed to see it now.
Hold on one
Want to
second.
see
Bud.
the splits?
Right. It's there.
At the track record.
All right, it's there.
Is that
All
what
right,
you're
so,
saying?
so Dutton, what was your question? I'm gonna turn Dutton's volume
Yeah.
up. I can't
So
hear him.
there's Spacey Stables, not Spacey White.
I don't think I can see on the track records.
Spacey.
There's no splits. I guess there's no splits, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, if you want to, what I would suggest is,
Again, one breed.
We're here.
what I would suggest is on the track record page, I believe you can click on the horse name, right?
Yeah, that's what the gentleman to breed with this horse here. With this horse here.
No, on the track records, I can't click on the
So
horse.
he's up for US Spacey.
I think I have to.
You
Gary.
get him? I see him out there. He's up.
Gary.
All right,
I
so
have to move.
actually, what I'll do is I'll add this to my programming list that you can just click on the name. And if
You
you
get him?
I have to.
on the horse name, that you can click it and it'll take you right to his page, right?
Mhm.
But in the meantime, if you want to check it, just copy the name. Like click and copy, right?
Yeah, I got it.
And then in the top right section of the site, it says search.
Put the breed prices.
Yeah, I got it.
What you want to do then is then look for that race.
We are going to breed it now.
But you can also look at that horse's work split
For the horse? Yeah.
at the bottom.
Yeah, I see him. I see him now.
Hey, Bob. You better just breed this horse for these guys. These two horses.
No.
You better,
We're-
Berkey's horse is gonna die of old age before these two.
We're in the wrong state right now, horse. We're trying to get to the right state. Hey, Pancho, can you come
My
to
horse is turning
Kentucky?
gay.
What state yours in? Mine's in
Can you come
California.
to Kentucky, or do you want me to go to California?
Anyone who
God.
wants to, let's just take Kentucky and pull me cross. So at least you have a Kentucky bread.
All right.
Hey, Dutton,
So you have to move to Kentucky. You have to move your
have you
side.
played
Was
any
that-
other race games?
Yeah, Digiturf.
And move across to Kentucky, boss man, and he can just pull me across.
How long ago?
But I
did you
stopped
play
playing
there?
that a long
Yeah,
time
you can
ago.
pull me across.
Yeah, I don't blame
It's
you.
in meters. I don't know. It's not. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I
You
played.
come across to Kentucky,
A lot
Plus-
of guys here played there. Yeah.
you getting
Plus,
through.
I think I'm pretty sure it was rigged.
They was rigged by
Come across, right? All right.
Yaki won too much.
I did win a lot there, but
How about Chrisman? Were you racing when Chrisman was there?
All right, I moved to Kentucky now, Spacey.
All right.
I
Let's
think
do
Chrisman's the
this.
best ever.
See,
you guys getting it together there? This is the slowest
yeah,
single breed I've ever seen.
we almost got through.
The longest breed in the history.
I gotta hurry up. My horse is almost done breathing.
Yeah, I was gonna say Berkey's horse is dying of old age.
Foggy horse eating some old something by the time, man. Berkey.
All right. I got me a colt.
That's what we're talking
Oh,
about.
we got one. We got a breed.
I
You got a horse finally?
4X 1VG 103 rated colt.
Oh,
Nice.
good.
Not bad.
So far, yeah, it looks good so far.
He raced these 6 furlongs. I bet he doesn't.
All right,
Nope.
before I work it out, I'm going to move.
That's what I thought. He tried it one time.
Says boss man on the class.
What happened, Dutch?
I mean, I don't really need to look at these splits, dude. I mean, I already know it's like anything under these chart numbers, I can pretty much run in stakes.
That's all
You
yeah.
know? And if you're, it looks like 0.20 is like the most I've seen under these chart numbers. It looks like 0.20 is like the most I've seen under these chart numbers. Yeah, like
the charts are a little bit old that I sent you, Dutton. So
I know. Yeah, but I got 2 different charts.
okay.
So I mean, one is 0.5 different. Like 4 furlongs allowance plus is 43.40, and on the I don't know which chart you sent me. One's 43.45 and one's 43.40 at 4 furlongs.
All right, Pancho.
I don't know which one to use, but
Yeah, it's,
Up there. Now look at the time now.
depends on. Like
So,
mine,
so
I guess mine.
please so fast, Spacey.
What's that?
The ones
So
I
you
sent,
like what you got?
Do I like what?
Hold on one second.
You like what you got? Like the call?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Look nice, man. And the boss man, when you bring
Your
out
truck
all
ready, I
the
might have a lot of dead horses for you to pick up.
when you bring out the breeding stuff, boss man,
God, dude.
the breeding incentives. I have a set of fillies to put on the breeding page.
I will say
2167.
it made a 1-year-old though. It made it a yearling.
You make it a yearling.
Made it a yearling.
How come it's still a yearlings available, boss man?
You know, I think Dutton's Dasher runs faster than this the first quarter.
Did you get that, Bob?
Yeah,
2166.
I forgot to turn it off.
Wait a minute. You have 21.66 opening quarter and it's a yearling?
No, I don't. I think this horse is 2. No, this horse is 5 now.
I see where you really need that coffee.
Who said 21.66?
How do I tell this horse's age in the race history?
I think I have the youngest horse in the history of Digital Downs.
Boss man,
What? Hold on a second. What's? Oh my!
He'll be a yearling for 4 more months, or he will be.
Hold on. I'm giving you your breed back.
yeah, let's do. We'll do it again. You give me my own back too.
I ain't giving you nothing.
Yeah, we'll do it again.
Hey, I bred
Hey,
a nice
cheers
horse.
to that. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll do it again. Let me reserve him again, fair.
All right, so you two be muted for like 10 seconds so Dutton can get a word in here.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just we're cross talking a lot.
Yeah, we're going to breathe over.
Go ahead.
I bred a bunch of horses today.
So
and last night.
I'll put it back up again, right, Spacey?
I took Tock's advice because
I'll put it back up there again.
he said something about having 3-year-olds in your stable. So
Yeah.
I took Tock's advice.
But I'm not yelling because that thing will age for another 4 months.
And I got a good one too.
Nice.
Don't worry about what's in there.
What did you buy?
Boss
From?
man,
I breeded it.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I breeded a bunch of horses. There's one I really like though.
Nice.
That's a young horse. Yeah, then carry says here.
And if somebody noticed it. Somebody must be looking at my horses because he messaged me about it.
Yeah, that's why it's now I want the one breed went there, and I
If,
Spacey stables.
If you did it
Huh?
earlier today, which I assume you did, and you worked it out,
This
there's
was the
a public
horse too.
workout page, and there's people always checking the public
The
workout
breeder?
page.
Basically, I sent you a.
And then they will track you down.
You also have this.
Yeah, I see that like Poncho puts like all crazy numbers and distances.
He hides his. He don't want people claiming. He don't want people. It's Bob taught him no mercy, so he gives no information.
No, I can understand that.
But So if someone is contacting you, they probably saw the horse's works, the track workouts, the daily workouts.
Yeah.
I sent you a breed voucher,
Okay.
So
and I reset the breed count for that mare.
you didn't sell it, did you?
I'm putting back up right, Stacy.
What's that? What's that, Poncho?
I'm gonna put it back up here again, right?
Gary's saying
Poncho, I'm
the same
sending you a
thing.
breed voucher.
I'm gonna put it back up here again, right?
Yes, if you can, and then we can get a 2-year-old.
All right.
We can get a 2-year-old.
Poncho, I sent you a breed voucher.
Okay, boss. Thanks.
Hold on.
And then we can get a 2-year-old.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna ask Dutton something real quick.
Okay, boss.
Dutton,
Yeah.
did you have an issue need to be worked out, or did Lee take care of you? Like, was something wrong at all, or no?
No,
Okay.
no, you guys have been. I mean, I just wasn't scrolling down enough to get the vouchers. You know,
Right.
I didn't even know that whole bottom was
Listen.
sitting there.
But now, Dutton, remember now that you have different voucher types, right? So you have a breed voucher, you have blue ticket vouchers, and you have create vouchers, right? So depending on which voucher you're using, you know, determines where you're gonna copy and paste that voucher into the box. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, when you're breeding and you're home breeding, that voucher box is right there in that breed section where you're getting ready to finalize your breed, right?
Yeah, I did it twice
Right.
today. I used them.
So the sales ring voucher is
Yeah, I did that 4 times.
Yeah, you go to the
okay.
sales
So you know
ring
where that's
page
at.
at the top,
Yep.
yeah.
The create voucher, same thing as you're doing the create horse. Now, blue ticket is the only one that's a little bit different. If you go to market and you go to blue ticket redeem, okay, and then that is at the bottom because you have to select your horses in the top area. So select the sire, select the mare, and then below that you would enter the voucher.
Oh.
Okay, so that's
Oh,
the
did you say that's for the blue ticket?
Yeah, for a blue ticket, you
For
the
blue
place you put
ticket,
the voucher in
you
is
go to
the place-
market and there's a blue ticket redeem. You click on blue ticket redeem.
Yeah.
right.
And
Oh,
that'll-
these are totally
you pick
different horses.
Pick your horses, and then at the bottom you put in your applied blue ticket voucher.
Well, what's the deal with these?
You-
These are completely different horses that are. I haven't seen these horses.
These are horses that are in. These are legendary bloodlines that are in the sales ring. So, do you know where the sales ring is?
Yeah, market or something.
Yeah, go to market, go to horse sales ring, and then those are the horses that are available in the sales ring.
They're not available in the sales ring.
Well, if you buy from the sales ring, you get a random match for the foal. Sire, it'll randomly select a sire and mare and create a foal for you from them. So a blue ticket.
Yeah, but are these the only horses it's using? The system is using?
Only for
40.
this cycle. Only for this cycle, we have over 800 in the legendary bloodlines. So,
Well, why
right
does everybody say the sales ring sucks if there's 40 horses you guys are using?
well, yeah, you don't believe everything you read because the same guys that are saying that the sales ring sucks, they just pulled probably a monster out of it. You know, so everybody, you know, goes by the feeling of that day. So if they buy 5 horses and they don't get something that they like, then they think the sales ring sucks. So then they'll say that. But then when they get a good horse from a sales ring, they don't necessarily promote that. Now some guys do, but don't. You know, I always say that's why I always try to fight that off. You know, people say, "Oh, the sales ring sucks," but I know what comes out of it, and I know that there's decent horses in there, and they know that too. So it depends. It's a luck of the draw. The sales ring is totally random. So when you pull that lever to get that, you know, you're up to the random gods. You know what I mean? So
Does age matter in this sales ring?
no,
Because I'm assuming I can pick my horse's age. If I pick a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old, does it matter? Does it affect the outcome of the random generator?
No, it doesn't. But like for right now, you can only select 2-year-olds are the only option.
Yeah, okay. But I could select 1-year-olds before.
Before, yeah, that's available for 1 month. All right, Poncho, you're back.
Okay. Yes, I say he's up for you.
Oh, sorry. What's going on?
I put him back up again for you, Spitzy.
Okay. Let me grab it right now.
Hey, when does everything reset?
Back up again for you, Spitzy. Okay. Right here.
The reset as far as what?
When do my horses age?
It's over already. It happened about 40 minutes ago.
Oh crap! I've been looking at everywhere else but my stable. Oh yeah.
Been on a 2-hour nap. Did the horse get bred between these two yet?
Yo,
We got one done, and it was a yearling. It came out premature.
No, I knew that.
Hey,
That was 2 hours ago.
We got one done.
I'm hearing feedback somewhere, but that's okay. Hey, Berkey,
Yeah, I'm here.
are you keeping your horse awake over there? Or is it Hey, Berkey.
I hope it doesn't
it
shoot
sounds like
blanks when
somebody
we
put
get
a
him going.
swing set at Poncho's house.
Oh god.
All right, I got my next breeding. She is ready for you, Poncho.
All right, then how you did the second time around?
Well, I guess that remains to be seen. The horse rating is a 97 point something.
Yeah, 97 now.
97.75.
Yeah, 97 now. What, boss man? Whoa. All right. What the
Wow. Let's see what we got. I didn't see what we got.
All right. Good. I'm going. I'm not trying. I'm confident in don't follow rumors. So I'll go back with him. Let's see what we got. I'll go back with him.
Oh, whoops.
What's your face from there, William? I got a Philly 100.50. 4EX of VG.
All right.
4EX by a VG.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
not bad at all.
My yearling is training sub 109s. That's pretty good. My yearling is training sub 109s.
Last time that happened, it was Cowboy, and he last time that happened, some kind of conspiracy that he got a yearling. So now, in a way, I'm kind of happy it happened to other people.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
When it comes to gelding a horse, that's like kind of a hard decision because you can't breed it. Well, how do you guys make that decision? Do you just geld the ones that are not good, or like, how are you guys making that decision?
Somebody, I don't know who's got the feedback, but is there something you can do about that?
Yeah,
Somebody
we
want
get
to jump in on
tremendous
that?
feedback here.
I will
Yeah,
tell
I-
you what I do. Oh, go ahead, Berkey.
I race them first to see if they, because sometimes you can't tell sometimes by the workouts. Like Doc will tell you, a workout is just an indication of what the horse might do on a track. If a horse has good workout times, it doesn't even have to have good workout times. I always give it a race before I gelding to me is the last resort before I kill a horse. I like to have horses that I can breed to later on. If that makes any sense to you.
No, that makes perfect sense. But doesn't gelding result in a number difference?
Yes, but it can be bad instead of good. It doesn't always have to be an improvement when you geld. Sometimes they clip a little too much.
So it's a crapshoot when you geld a horse.
Basically, there's no guarantee that it's going to be better.
I
A
have
lot of times it does.
unsubstantiated theory that I go by, which I won't geld many horses that are below 102 horse rated. I obviously don't want to geld them if they're 109, 110, but I only geld them for two reasons. One, if they just look like they're not quite ready to race and they're not looking much like a breeder based on conforms and horse rating and all that. Or, well, there's three really. Sometimes I feel like if the horse can't race that much, I don't know, breed with it. Now, I'm not talking about a 5X or maybe even a 4X VG, but I don't care that I lose out on the breeding because I may not have wanted to breed with a horse that's a so-so racer anyway. The third time is when I just get greedy. And it's like, okay, this horse looks pretty good, but damn, how good could it be? And really, that's a stupid geld. But every once in a while, you have 3 or 4 horses that look alike. You're like, all right, I'll roll the dice, see if I can make it better. Like I said, it's a stupid geld, but
Have you ever turned a claimer into an allowance racer by gelding?
Oh, yeah. Don't do that.
absolutely, absolutely.
Have you ever turned a claimer into an allowance racer?
All right, the feedback's bad. Whoever's
I think I Poncho with the feedback.
Hey, Poncho.
I have feedback on my end.
Yeah, you don't have your headphones on.
I'm gonna try to do
So
something.
we're hearing the speaker.
How about now?
Yeah, it's good.
It's much
That's
better.
good. That's
That's
good.
good? All right.
Nice, so Button.
Absolutely, Button.
Yeah.
I had a horse the other day. The gelding knocked off 0.27 off of the running time. And of course, with geldings, you don't know. Even though they improve on time, they might still like to run to their old self. But you can absolutely, you go look through the race results and see how many geldings are winning lots and lots of money. So
Yeah,
now,
so
5 claimer to super allowance, I don't know, but you can easily get 0.27, 0.3.
What's the highest
Yeah.
you've ever seen?
you can get quite a bit. The gelding thing is very interesting because, and thanks guys for answering that. So I would jump in and say this: when if I were to look at geldings, let's say back in the day when I would race and I would look at geldings, it was almost to what Lee was saying, which was, well, I always followed Berkey's way, which was, I always raced the horse first, right? No matter what, because works are just works. You want to see what else they have, what kind of dexterity, how they handle adversity on the track, right? That's the first thing. Then I would move to Lee's thing where I always looked at, it was quite simple. If the horse isn't racing at a level that I wanted to race right now, let's say if I wanted to race stakes and above, then if it's not that category, then it's geldable. Okay? Because it can always be gelded and have a full-time racing career as claimers or whatever. But I also looked at, from a breeding standpoint, it's cut and dry. Do I want this horse as a breeder or not? And if I don't, then I don't care about gelding the horse as much because I want this horse to be at a certain level. Now, there's a couple things that can happen. Obviously, you can make a horse really good. You can make a horse really bad. But also, it changes the lifespan of the horse. Okay? In a way, so in some horses it makes them the longevity there, and in some horses it shortens up from where it would normally be. And you can look at the history of Digital Downs, some of the greatest horses that ever run here, at the most wins, and you'll find many horses there that are gelded. So they weren't that great of a horse. They ended up becoming a great horse gelded and had very long careers. Then you'll find horses that were borderline stakes horses that you gelded, and they're done after you gelded it. So it is somewhat, like you said, a crapshoot, but it's not just also. I would say it's not just from an ability of work times and where it can race, but it also impacts the lifespan of the horse, whether it's shortened or longer. If that helps.
One thing to remember also is when you, at least for me, because I've noticed this a couple times, when you geld a horse, before you retrain it, take off everything again and start all over. Because I've had instances where after gelding a horse, one add-on that worked before, like blinkers, didn't work, or maybe another one did work. So don't always assume a gelded horse mainly on the ads will want the same things before it was gelded. A lot of times they do, but there are instances. Actually, the example Berkey was talking about earlier, where Butte, it told me maximum Butte, it kind of pushed the horse back before I gelded it. After I gelded it, the maximum Butte knocked 0.15 off of it. So don't always assume that, just geld and then train. You really want to start off.
So it sounds like if I'm going to geld something, it's got to be something that I do not plan on running in an allowance plus race.
No. I would say.
You mean if it's already good enough to run there? And you
No, if I'm like this horse has got to run in claimers, then I might as well just geld it.
If you want to take a shot,
yeah, it depends on what. If you're like an old school mentality like me would goes is I would never race anything in claimers that's not gelded. So what I'm saying is, why would I race it in claimers? Give someone else the opportunity to scoop it in claimers, then geld it, and then turn it into some type of allowance or stakes race, and then I got to watch this horse beat me in these races that I used to have. Then if I just gelded it, then it becomes a whole mental game, and I don't feel like dealing with that. So, if I had a horse that was going to run in claimers, I'm cutting the horse, and then I'll do whatever I want with the horse. You know what I mean? And then I never have to worry about them breeding the line. You're protecting the line. You don't have to worry about them running against you. You know what I'm saying? Cutting it and then running it against you. So, I always looked at it from a protective standpoint of, hey, how can I make this horse, how can I basically get, lemon from a lemonade, lemonade from a lemon, right? And at the other hand, make sure that no one else has the opportunity to geld it and run it against me or use the line. So that's how I look at it. But you can definitely, what you said at first about gelding and not plan on running an allowance and stakes, I would say, no, that's not true. That actually is more, that's your better chance to get it to that level if it's not there already. If you go through the site, you'll see that gelding impacts stamina and gelding impacts speed. So if you can get the right combination between both of those, you can get a really nice gain on the horse as far as gelding it. But also, it can be just as bad in reverse. So, I would always look at it like protect myself. I'm gelding stuff before I put it in the claimers.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
The horseshoe, once you put it on, just leave it on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Unless somebody else has a different opinion on that. I mean,
I've never removed them. I always assume that it does good, even if when you add it, you don't see it. Sometimes you add a lot of good, but I figure there must be a reason for them.
There's no negative impact from applying a horseshoe. Okay. Yeah. So if there's any theory out there, I'm knocking it out right now. There's no negative impact from a horseshoe. That's just not how it is. I mean, a horseshoe clearly, even in real life, is beneficial to the horse.
So where are we at in the breeding over here? Do we get the?
Well, Berkey's lined up. Whenever you're ready, Berkey.
Give me a minute or two.
I took a sneak peek at what Pancho did over there, and I'm a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel it. But you could always get another breed anytime, Spacey. No problem.
All right, we'll talk a little bit.
What did you get? What'd you get that he's jealous of?
Ooh.
something a little better than what I got, anyways. Let me see.
Oh, I might have myself a stakes racer here. Come on, keep dropping.
Are you talking to us or somebody in the room?
Oh, I'm talking to myself.
Okay. You keep looking to your left, or I keep thinking.
The charts over. I have 3 monitors in the charts.
Oh, okay. I thought you had like an assistant in there or something that you're grooming.
No, this is that one horse that I was real excited about.
Did you get your 2 horses in the blue blood?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I thought that was you. We're going to put 2 in a blue blood.
There's
What's
Poncho's horse.
What's the
Eric,
blue? Oh, the blue. Oh, yeah. That
Eric,
was me
he's up
talking
for you.
about that. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I messed up, okay? I messed up with my times. I messed up a lot of stuff. So, like, I entered horses that should never been entered.
Oh, okay.
And
Who's
Dutton
leaving?
Stats was the only one that actually should have been entered in a race today, and I should have did less of a race than what I did for him. I mean, I shouldn't. I was just got excited and I started like I went too fast and I had to back it all up. You know, it's
Yeah.
a lot.
No,
This is a
that's
lot of
fine,
information to intake and process.
Eric, he's up for you.
That is true.
All right.
That's true. I did that as well. I'm sure others will admit it.
Good
I
luck.
thought I had a horse
Thank
that
you.
was the best horse on the site, and
Did you get
I
yours?
got last.
I didn't breed mine yet. I want to let you go first.
All right. Thanks.
How we doing, Bob? Any other issues you've seen, or
What?
anything other than the owner error on not resetting the yearlings, or?
Nah, I just fixed that. I can't believe I forgot that. I have it right here on the top of my list. Turn yearlings off. And I forgot.
Well, it wouldn't be a new year if
Right.
somebody didn't sneak a breed in at 12.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. Something
Sure.
I heard somebody say. When you're doing these timed workouts, jockey does not matter, correct?
No, that's not correct.
No, Ducky matters.
Jockey matters a lot.
On the time workout?
Yeah.
What I would do is stay whatever jockey you're using, just use them all of the time. But once you get everything down, Pat, then you can mess around with the other jockeys to see which ones run better.
Well,
But
do you
when you're
guys
doing your
check
ads and
all the
everything,
jockeys?
do it all the
or
same.
Do you only check the top 3?
Depends on how much time you have.
I'm going to admit to being probably one of the biggest nerds on the site, because I haven't done it forever. Once every so often, I will take a horse, run it at every track, 6 furlongs push with every single jockey. Actually, I do all distances. It takes forever, but you will discover certain jockeys better at certain distances. Now, I used to do this before it was available in the drop down when you go to enter a horse, and you can kind of look through the jockeys you want to pick, and it'll give you their current record at that distance and everything. I don't know if you've ever utilized that or not, but I actually have a spreadsheet I use that is available for a very low price where I run them, and like I said, they don't always agree with the current win percentages of the horses, but
Yeah.
I think a lot of that's because people with good horses just pick jockeys they like, and so obviously those horses are going to win. But you'll find a sleeper at a distance or two that no one's using that can help you out. Now,
On a time workout, you're talking about.
Time
And in
workout
the race.
and a race.
yeah.
I mean, what he's saying is correct. You know, the problem with the jockeys is that people get off of the jockeys too soon. So let's say you might have really, really good jockeys that aren't getting the mounts because they had a bad run for the first 5 races. So statistically, those jockeys don't look as good, but those jockeys are just as good or even better. And the only way that, let's say, some people will find that out is by, you know, checking different jockeys and seeing how the jockeys run with workouts, because it's all relevant. So you might have, there's jockeys out there. I mean, I know there's jockeys out there that are underutilized. So yeah, jockey absolutely matters, not only in workouts, but also in the races. So that's one element that does carry over to a workout. So let's say a race has 100 factors involved in it, in the race engine or more, that help the outcome of a race. Now those things won't be in your workout necessarily, because you're not running against other horses and all that kind of stuff. But the jockey is one thing that does transfer to the work track. So I mean,
but
go ahead.
I'm assuming that next to the name, like Ortiz Jr., minus 115 is his weight, correct?
Right.
That's the jockey's weight.
Jockey weight.
Yeah.
So then, if I switch to Alvarado, who's 109, I would expect that to make a difference.
No,
because the horse is going to carry the same weight regardless of the jockey's weight.
Yeah,
okay, so the jockey's weight does not affect the
only time it'll affect the horse is if you're in a race where you get an allowance of like 5 pounds or something like that for like some of the starter allowances, and then you pick a jockey that's one of the heavier jockeys, and then when you go look at the race as it's scheduled, you'll get a +1 or +2, just like in real racing. Really, it's very rare that you're going to.
All right, but for these timed workouts, the jockey's weight will not affect the outcome of the workout.
No.
Okay.
No, hold on. Time out.
Not unless you're training at jockey weight.
Right, exactly.
You can train it at jockey weight, and then the jockey's not carrying any extra weight. He's just carrying what he weighs. And then, yes, his weight will definitely.
Yeah, don't train at jockey weight. Train it normal.
Right. No, I don't know anybody that does, but
like Dutton, if you're looking at your training page on the right hand, and you have the drop down box on the right hand side, and it's telling you the surface, the track, all that kind of stuff, right? When you go down to it says 6 furlongs and it says weight, it's defaulting to the weight that you should be training at. So let's say you have a 2-year-old colt that's going to default to 120. That means all the horses are going to train at 120. Okay.
Okay. All right. That's
right?
all I need to know.
The weight underneath that is the jockey weight. Now, what Spacey's saying is that you can change that 118 or 120 box, the default one, to where it says jockey weight, and then you'll run at the jockey weight, whatever the jockey weight is, and then it will absolutely impact your time. So
I don't see no default.
I don't know if that.
No, if you go,
would just change the weight amount, right?
No, if you go to that box where it says 118 or 120, is the horse that you're training a?
Oh yeah, I see it. Jockey's weight,
okay.
jockey's weight.
Okay. Right. So that's
what knew that actually.
You can see all that.
Yeah, it's a colt.
Yeah,
it's 120.
If you change that, it's going to run at the jockey weight, and then you're going to see a huge difference. So it is important. And like Lee said, it is important also in a race, because if you run into a starter allowance or something like that, or an optional claimer where you're dropping weight and you're allowed to be 116 pounds, but your jockey's 117, if you choose that jockey, you're going to carry 1 more pound than really what you're allotted,
But there's no jockeys that weigh over 120.
So for this timed workout, you're saying go to this weight go to the weight thing and do what?
No, for a time workout, it's automatically set up for you, default correctly how you should be training the horse as far as weight goes.
So I don't have to worry about the jockey,
got an issue,
the jockey's weight or nothing.
No.
Okay. So what track are you training at?
Belmont.
Okay. Try Castellano.
Eric, I got a pretty decent filly from our breeds.
You got a filly?
Yep, definitely going to be in the eliminator.
All right. Excellent.
Hopefully you do. I think I looked at your.
Yeah, it's the same as Ortiz.
You're right. They're going to be very close. Now find some, let's see.
Vargas.
Yeah, find one of those, and you'll notice there's sometimes it's a big difference.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got a real nice one.
You're right.
Yours is fairly similar.
Dude, it's like 0.9 difference.
Yeah. 0.0.
Yeah, 0.09, correct.
So you will, when you go to enter your race, there's when you select your jockey, if you hover for a second, it will tell you that jockey's record at that distance, wins, place, show, 1%, all that stuff. Now, sometimes early on there's not a whole lot of races because I think it resets every month or whatever the reset period is. But you can, like I say, you can have some little secret jockeys that you know about. They may be sitting there at 0%, but you've seen that, hey, you know what, he trains better than
Right.
that. Then I don't know why anybody isn't using. There's a jockey at one of the tracks named Cedillo or something, Cedillo, whatever his name is.
Cedillo, yeah.
He rarely is used, but I've got some really good sprint races out of
And
him.
so let's apply this. So since Dutton's new, let's apply this to actual horse racing entry, and I think it'll make a little better sense. Okay.
Mhm.
So when you go through your horse entry process, you get to select 3 jockeys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your
Yeah,
first,
I
second,
set
third, right?
defaults.
Now, if you're in a race with all these guys on the screen here, and you guys all pick the same jockeys, and your horse has the least amount of wins, you're not getting any 3 of those jockeys. Okay. So what happens is if you want to be from a strategy standpoint, and I don't mind saying this, but like from a strategy standpoint, it's always nice to have that other jockey in your back pocket, like Lee's saying. So if you know that there's a diamond in the rough somewhere that you can slide in as your 3rd selection, okay, so that you can go into it knowing that, hey, I'm going to pick the top 2 jocks and my diamond in the rough, and at least I have a great chance of at least getting my diamond in the rough if I don't get the other 2 jockeys, instead of striking out on all 3 and getting some other lower tier jockey. So it's always nice to have a different set of jockeys than what you think your competition's going to have. That way you're guaranteed pretty much to get at least one of the jockeys you like during the nomination process.
All right. Yeah, no, it does, and you guys are right, because I just tried like Alvarado and bring Mohan.
Yeah.
I just tried. I couldn't get back to 108.51, and I did like freaking Saint distance. I did like 12 freaking workouts at 100% and couldn't get back to 108.51. I changed back to Ortiz Jr. It popped right back up.
Yeah. Yep. If you want to do the work, it's a lot of work, but
Yeah.
you can find some diamonds
The
in
thing
the
is,
rough.
it adds up into dollars, right? Because it's about smart play, and it's about strategic stuff. It's about placement. It's about, so you're trying to maximize every little element you can, in this peer-to-peer game where you're running for purse money. So, fractions of a second matter.
Yeah, especially for me, because I'm new and I'm behind a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, another thing, another trainer told me I'd done it before, but I didn't do it every time. If you have a big race, instead of training, going back, actually load that race. Say if it's a Belmont 10 furlong or Santa Anita, whatever, then go back and run all those jockeys, train all those jockeys you're about to run in your big race, and see which jockey works best for you. Don't always assume the 6 furlong jockey is going to be the best 10 furlong jockey. That's a lot of work too, but
and also the jockeys don't necessarily stay the same. They can, peak and go out of peak of performance and stuff over time. So
does that reset every month, year, whatever, or is that just happen continuously?
It typically happens in the beginning of the season, but what I would like to do more of is more of like a have it built in as far as consistency and stuff like that, where jockeys actually can have a form just like a horse would have a form. But for now, it's generally a beginning of the season aspect.
120 is the weight for a colt, right?
2-year-old, yeah.
2-year-old, yeah. 120 for colt, 118, and then 2 pounds at 3 and 4.
Oh my God. It just got higher. Crazy. He
Got higher.
No, well, it's not moving. I got 3 straight workouts of 108.61 with Eddie Cancel.
Yeah, I don't think he's used very much.
There we go. Carmacci's good.
Real good.
So this is even more work now.
Well, listen, it's to some people it's a form of entertainment. It's a game within a game, right? You make of it what you want, and to other people it may seem like it's just a lot. But I think once you get comfortable and you get a solid foundation of how to play the game, all this other stuff becomes fairly easy. It's kind of like driving a car. You don't really think about, you just know how to drive a car, and then you can spend the time to play the game within the game, which is all this other little stuff.
You're not going to go wrong picking from the drop down the jockeys that are winning at the highest percent. You're not going to go wrong picking one of them. I just, like Bob discussed earlier, I like to have that little unknown hidden guy, or I guess they're all guys now, that no one else seems to use that much, but when I use it, does well for me. So
No, you guys are absolutely correct, because I mean, let's just face it. Most of my horses don't have any wins.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Yeah. Well,
That's
no
where
win.
you're
No.
gonna- right. That's
Right.
where you're
Well,
getting benefit.
The good thing is tomorrow, pretty much, you're all starting off at the same period where none of you have wins. So, as far as 2-year-olds go, but to give you an example, just to put a rest to the discussion, maybe is that I look at the crown, one of the crown races yesterday. It was $1,000 race, right? So it's $1,000 at stake, and 6 people picked the same exact jockey setup. Okay.
Oh my God.
So, it's impossible to, only 3 of them are actually going to get the jockeys that they want. So, now you're running in a $1,000 race and you're getting assigned a jockey from the site. So, it's always nice to be able to have something that you can rely on. So,
And keep in mind, once you're assigned a jockey, you have a time frame where you could switch to a different jockey that you were assigned to, as long as the other ones aren't available. And that's a lot of times where you see that jockey, it's like, ooh, nobody chose that one. I know that jockey's the best of the rest, much better than the one I got assigned. So,
you all right over there, Pancho?
So far, boss man, I'm all right.
All right.
so
I'm
let's
still
get
taking
an
everything in.
update on these breedings over here.
Well, I'm waiting, but I did went and find my 99 that you're laughing at.
Sit down on that one.
I named him Pancho Does It Again.
Okay. All right. How about you two? You got your breed back and forth?
Well, I got a
He said he
filly.
was a little jealous of your horse.
Okay. No, I said I have more breeds for him, man. That's not a problem. If he still wants
Oh, no, we want to know what you
rumors,
got. We want to know what you got.
I
out of
got
it.
a filly doing 100.50. After training, she went up to 102.50.
Oh,
She's doing like 6 and 108.69.
okay. Is a router?
It looked like a router. I ain't
Oh,
training past 6 furlongs yet, but
Nice.
6, 108.69. She
What'd you
looks
get,
pretty
Steve?
decent. For
What's
EX,
that? Is that a new one? A new colt?
filly. As a filly, I did with the breeding with Spacey a little while
Okay.
ago.
I'm working on this 2-year-old right now. He's 108.51.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
And,
good.
and if I get a joke, Lee, my 99 is that same time he now called there.
I don't know how to
Yes,
read
yes,
these splits though.
Eliminator winner?
Well, my 99 is 108.51 too, eh? You're laughing at me? All right.
All right.
So, boss man,
Okay, Eric, what'd you get out of the Poncho deal?
From Poncho, it's a 1-0. It's a Colt who's coming in at 108 90s, 92.
Ooh,
Okay.
not quite as good.
No, not quite as good.
Look,
Now,
that's a
you
low
and-
rating. Yeah, that's a low rating.
You and Berkey get yours back and forth?
I think
Yep.
Berkey did quite well.
Well, you got the short end again?
Yeah, Berkey got the good end of this one too.
Well, yours isn't too far behind.
Not too far.
Mine ran 108.56,
Okay.
Okay.
and he's a classics type. So he ran a 135.19. So he's going into the
Yeah,
eliminator.
he's
for
definitely
sure.
an eliminator.
The Philly, you got a
What'd
Philly.
you get, Eric?
Mine Let me check real quick again.
I take it the 97 rated one didn't do so well, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the one, and it got up to 99, and it's running 10. Oh no. Sorry, that is.
Ooh, 99 could be in the one
No,
series.
I got yeah. So the one I got with Berkey is a Colt 102.25 rated, and 108.77 was a 6 furlong push. Looks
Is
like
that
a middle
router type again, or
like a middle distance classic.
Yeah.
classic? Okay.
Hey,
Yeah. 45.27 on the mid split.
Hey, Tom, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys always talk about route sprinters. Like, I understand that stuff, but I mean, my thinking is like, if I run a horse, let's hold on. If like this horse right now is 6 furlongs, 108.51 is the lowest.
Yeah, the horse you're talking about right now is a sprinter. Its ranges between 5 furlongs and a mile. It's got a close of 23.67. So that's definitely more of the sprint. It doesn't really have much of a close to it. So you're going to be in the sprinter range, and that's pretty much where you're going to keep it.
Yes, but can I tell by the fractions on these charts? Like, let's say he runs at 4 furlongs. This horse runs 43.65, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at 5 furlongs, he runs a 57.65, which actually that's not going to make no sense. Okay, let's say we go from 4 furlongs to 7 furlongs. And his difference is plus 0.10 instead of minus 0.1, plus 0.10 as opposed to minus 0.10. Wouldn't that tell me to prefer the 4 furlong instead of the 7 furlong?
Are you saying in comparison to a chart?
Yeah, I mean,
well, my answer to that would be I don't know what chart you're looking at, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
If it's my chart, which it sounds like it is. No, the chart I use is the first one I sent you, which is based on the splits where to put a horse. The plus or minus on that given chart, like I said, it's a little bit old, and I'm not saying that is that you look across where your horse runs the fastest compared to that chart. I'm just saying when you have a horse in that range, then, so for instance, on the first chart I sent you, what's the opening split on this horse?
It's 22.11.
22.14.
No, I got 22.11 now.
On the first chart I sent you, you'll notice that for a 4 furlong or 5 furlong horse, 22.11 is too slow. Is that correct? Is that the chart you're looking at?
It says 4 furlong
opening split.
Yeah, it can't be 44, 45. That's the mid.
Right.
Oh, I guess it says. See, I'm confused because it says 2 furlong, 4 furlong close. So 2 furlongs to open and split, 21.90.
Yeah, that means I would want it to be faster than that to put in that type of race. You're saying this one runs 22.14.
22.11.
Yeah, 22.11.
So I wouldn't think it would run.
Well, hold on. That's not 4 furlongs. So actually, I'm lying.
No. 6 furlongs.
Yeah, but in that we were just 21.90s off of 4 furlongs, not 6.
Yeah, because it's shorter and it's running faster. So when you base all your work, so it just makes it easier to base everything off of 6 furlongs. Like you honestly can just run a 6 furlong run and get an idea of what type of horse and where it should run based off of 6 furlongs. So that's why they're using that towards that chart, I guess. So it's like
if your chart is based on
off of 6 furlong
run.
Yeah.
And what I'm telling you on that chart is in your 6 furlong push race or training if that horse can't break 2190, in my estimation, then I would not put it in a 5 furlong race. Now that chart is based on not any race, but if I were to run it outside of claimer or higher claimers, because you'll see horses with 2205 openings winning all the time, certain levels. But if you're going to run it at its strength, 2190 or faster is almost where you're going to have to be to compete at 5 furlongs in a high level. If that's what it says, I could.
But I would still train it at 5 furlongs just to see what the time is for 5 furlongs.
The other chart that I sent, which I think you're referring to, which is the one that says allowance plus and then claiming 15 or greater.
Yeah, they both say that. Both these charts.
Okay. Like I said, that's more of an estimation of where I see horses that are fit for that category running. So in other words, what I'm saying is, it's like you might have a horse that's a sprinter that shows that he can do 9 furlongs in 1:48.72, but he's a sprinter, and most likely you put him on a track and try to race him, he'll get blown away. He won't run anything near that. So that's sort of what I'm saying with you have to use 2 charts combined. Like the 6 furlong.
At the end of the day, you really just got to come up with your own, like as you race, you'll get a better.
Yeah, but Todd, see, this is what I'm saying. Are you looking at that horse still?
Yeah.
Look at my last 4 training times. So when I look at this, I look at that 6 furlongs, the top one I just did, at 108.51. Okay, that's like 0.11
slower. Where'd he go?
That's claiming. That's no good. So I know this horse cannot run over a mile. Wouldn't that be the correct assumption?
We lost you for a minute there.
This horse
exact splits on
cannot run over a mile.
It should not be running over a mile.
Exactly.
It should not be running around. But
and I'm almost stuck on 6 furlongs to tell you the truth.
No, that's not the way I would look at the horse, right? I mean, so you have a chart, but the bottom line is this: if you train a horse, and once you start training more horses, another horse, and you start comparing even your 5 furlong times, you'll see that this horse is probably better set up for 5 furlongs than maybe another horse you get that looks like a sprinter. Maybe another sprinter is just 6, 7, 8 furlongs, but this one gets 5 furlongs better than that. And depends on what type of race you're talking about. So maybe this horse can win an allowance race at 5 furlongs, but it'll get its ass handed to it in a grade 1 at 5 furlongs. You follow what I'm saying? So
yes.
It fits a range based on the splits and the finish time where the horse, so it can find a race for sure. And then as the competition gets better, then those times need to be tightened up. So like I look at your horse right now and I say, okay, there's 2 things I look at that I would say about the horse. I would say, number 1, I would go back and check all your equipment, okay, that you're putting on the horse, because you have almost everything maxed out. I mean, you have the horseshoes, you have the blinkers, the shadow rope, and the tongue tie. Okay.
Yeah, I did like 6. I did like 6 races with each one of them, one by one.
So I would go back and look at them and say, look at the stuff that barely moved the horse. So if it's 0.02, 0.01, most likely it didn't impact and make a positive impact to the horse. So I wouldn't be adding those. When you put equipment or meds on a horse, you usually see a significant change to the better or the worse. Something that is kind of flat or very close to flat, I wouldn't say has been beneficial unless you want to continue to try to train that 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a row to see if that's just a variable factor that's in there. So that's the first thing that I would check. And then obviously I would also check tongue tie after it races. You can actually mess around with tongue tie while it races and see if you see any improvement. Now, a 108.51 can win an added money race. I'm not saying it's a stakes horse, G1, G2, G3, but you can definitely sneak this horse in here to cash in on an added money allowance or something like that with that time of 108.51. What it does after that, once it maxes out the allowances, that's where you're going to run into trouble, because unless this horse has some type of serious heart or can deal with some serious dexterity, some issues, adversity in a race, then you may peak out at an allowance type, low added, maybe a regular stakes, okay, not graded or whatever, and then maybe it peaks out from there in his career. But you're not going to know until they say, which is you have to race the horse, because it may say 108.51, but when it gets up on the track, it's a star. I
had one today.
It's a performer.
It could run like a 107.
Right. Yeah.
I have one today that I believe his best works are 108.58, and he won one of the world stakes from the 9 post. So, and then I've had some that have times of 108.21, and they can't keep up in a real race. So you do have to race them. And so
Lee, that wasn't Forgotten Magic, was it? Because we haven't.
It was not Forgotten Magic. He was still chasing Forgotten Magic.
We haven't mentioned that horse in about an hour.
Now, one thing what's your is your name Jason?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Bob, how does he get his name on the chat to go from just Jason to Dutton?
I tried. It said I need a nitro.
When you see his name in the main thing, it says Dutton. When you click on him and send him a message, it says just Jason. So I thought it was 2 different people.
No, if he wants to change his name, like I changed his name, I already changed his name to Dutton. So I don't know how it shows to you guys, but if you look at his name on the right-hand side of Discord, tell me what does his name say? On the right-hand side of Discord, what does it say his name is?
I'm not there yet. I'm not on Discord.
Dutton. It says Dutton.
Right?
Yeah,
but when you click on it,
because I changed it.
Right, when you click on his name, do a direct message.
Yeah.
It says just Jason.
Okay, so here's how Discord works for the guys that don't know. All right. Yeah. Now he signed up for Discord. However he signed up for Discord, that's his master account. So when he goes to game to game or server to server, stuff that's not even related to Digital Downs, he's just Jason. That's his name, because that's his profile. Right. That's his master profile. Now, when you join a server like Digital Downs is a server, you can change your name for that server only. Okay. So you can have different names everywhere. Now, if he wants his name to be when you message people back and forth to be Dutton, then all he's got to do is go into his profile on Discord and edit his name.
It says he said he had to have a different level.
No, you do not. It's free to use. If you click on your name and you go to edit, it says view profile.
You just have to enter your password, I think, once you do it.
Well, you have to claim your account first. That's what the biggest mistake people do on Discord is they never claim their account. So they sign up for Discord, but they don't add a password and claim their account through email. So then they forget how to log back in. Then they create another account. And next thing you know, they have 5 different accounts on Discord. So the most important thing to do is to go into your profile, make sure you have a password set, make sure you've claimed your account. And then you can log into Discord from anywhere and always have your servers at your fingertips. But if you want your name to change to Dutton, you need to go into your profile, like the settings wheel. If you're on a computer, Jason, at the bottom left on Discord, there's a settings wheel that says user settings. And then you can see right there in the blue box in the middle of the screen, it says edit user profile. Or right there, it says name, username. You can edit the name right there.
All right, I'll do it later.
Do the settings wheel. And
I just want to make sure. Can I call you Jason?
Yeah.
Okay. So along the lines of training, with a sprinter, I mean a red, dead, 4 furlong, 5 furlong sprinter, when you add equipment, faster isn't always better. You can add equipment, and for a 6 furlong time, it slows the horse down. But if you look at those first 2 furlong, 4 furlong split, it speeds the horse up. So you might have a blinker that turns a 108.65 into a 108.75, but it also changed that first quarter from 21.98 to 21.89 or something. So always, if you have a red dead sprinter that you know is basically 4 furlong specialist, always look at what the blinkers and shadow roll does to the first 2 furlong, 4 furlong splints.
Yeah.
Because that horse that I have, Dutton's Dasher, That thing's a beast. I just got to figure out what to do with it.
Okay.
Hey, Pancho, you ready for another one?
Yeah, tell me.
All right.
Which one you want? Who you
Yeah,
want?
whatever.
Oh no, that turned 3.
Surprise me.
I don't know what happened to it.
Alright.
There's just no substitute for actually putting them in a race, though.
I put her up for you for one.
All right, but just saying I bred back the same doing for the rumors with one of my mares now.
And
a
don't
storm
hesitate
passer. I bred him 3 times. I got a
to ask someone
103
to say,
filly,
you know,
5
this is
years.
where I think I'm going to put the
I
race.
got a
or, you know,
99.25
what do you think,
gold.
that type of thing.
I just got a 104 5EX gold from him.
All right.
With a
let's-
filly with one of my
curious now,
fillies,
though.
storm passer. Yeah, I got 2 5EX from him. So, boss man, I want a sale coming up to sell some. But I have a 107 not to let you try him. That is Stop Crying News father, AK Whistler is his name. 107.75 5EX. And if you want to try him,
Sure thing.
all right, I'm
I'm
gonna line him
curious
up.
now. Did you have the Air Jordan hat on earlier?
No.
It was
Oh, okay. He's made it a rally. What do you got over here? What kind of hat you got there?
So
He's
I'll
turned
put
the
him
Air
up.
Jordan around the right way. So he's serious now.
So I'll put them up here now. He's in New York. The filly, you want me to ship him over to Kentucky too? So his home farm is New York. Bring him across there.
Sorry, say again.
Bring him across the Kentucky Fair.
Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky. Please.
All right.
But can't you guys can breed out of state? Why are you guys
Okay,
choosing
New
one?
York.
That's
Let's go
what
for
I'm-
New York.
You don't
yeah,
have to. You don't have to move the horse.
Yeah, he's in New York, so let's pull him off. AKA
You just have to pick
whistleblower.
the out of
Oh,
state.
they must be trying to set up the foal.
Yeah.
Oh, they want to set up where the horse is. But you could change that after it's born too.
Yeah.
right?
So I set
No,
him
you
up
can't.
there for
Oh,
now.
you can't anymore.
We can't change the foal ID.
Yeah, and the foal will be Kentucky, which is
I
Kentucky.
get confused over what you can and can't.
So,
I haven't retired any of my breeders yet because I haven't spent enough time to formulate a strategy on what state I want to put them in. Last year I did all Florida. What's the strategy? What do you recommend, Bob?
I
them
recommend
up.
everybody spread everything out. That's what I recommend.
Okay.
uh,
Well, I don't want to do too many Kentucky because sales rings are Kentucky unless that's changing.
yeah, correct.
Well,
That's correct.
here's the thing. You know, I can't get to the state. I can't get to like the state championship or the state futurities until we get a better spread. But we are going to do one. Look, we're still going to do the Futurity Cup this season.
Right.
But we are also going to try something at Parks for Pennsylvania
Yeah.
sometime this season, probably in the second month of the season, where we do some type of invitational at Parks.
The Parks
Or-
5000 claiming championship.
Yeah.
We are doing claiming championships like they do at Gulfstream. We're going to do it at Gulfstream, but it's going to be in December
Okay. Christmas.
before Christmas.
All right, so let's move her out of Kentucky. Now let's go
All
to
right.
New York. Can we
How you
go to
doing
New
over there,
York?
Jason?
Oh.
You got the horse figured out?
Well, he's up for you when you're ready. I have him reserved already. He's on his home thing.
I'm
New York.
I'm working on it.
From
I
the
gotta
sounds of
recheck
it,
these.
I would
I gotta
try.
recheck these add-ons.
I've got another flawed theory, but it seemed to work this month. So I like a horse that meets the opening speed criteria for distance, but beats the closing speed criteria for distance, as long as it can work itself in there. I don't know if that makes any sense, but most 6 furlong horses close, I don't know, 23.75 to 24. I don't know if that's what the chart says or not. But they open up to 21.25 or 22.25. So if I can find a horse that can be close enough in the opening 2 furlongs, but can close better than the average closer, I like that. Now the problem with that is sometimes you put a 7 furlong horse in a 6 furlong race and he just doesn't get there. So that's just a theory I've been using, and it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But I don't know if that made sense or not.
Yeah.
It's my bedtime, so
Hey, Talk, I took tongue tie, didn't make a difference at all.
you won't see tongue tie make much of a difference on works
Not so
at
much.
all. But sometimes after a horse ran a couple races and doesn't maybe do what you want it to do, if you add the tongue tie, you might not see it in the works, but it might improve the horse's form.
Yeah, that's why I mean I know I have like how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. I'm gonna have 6 ads because I just went through them all and I couldn't get back to 108.51. Unless I mean they went up. Everything I took
What the vet
blinkers
say?
off.
What the vet say?
Lasix, vitamins, and Butte. Butte's the only one, and no need for using Butte. But I mean, I'm going to put tongue tie on because if he runs 108.51 with tongue tie on and off, it's not going to matter.
Yeah. I kind of
Right?
I kind of go
why
with
would it
if
matter?
it doesn't significantly improve it, I don't really use it until I need to. Oh, it's like to have that in the
Yeah, but would
in
it
your back
would
pocket.
it really hurt it? That's like my point. Is it going to hurt it if I can't get this time? If I can't get it under and it's not going, and I'm getting right back to where I was 52 training workouts ago, then I don't see a reason to have it off.
For what item? What ad?
Tongue tie.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So for the workout time, it's not going to matter for the tongue tie really because I've stated a number of times is that the tongue tie is really more of a race ready kind of piece of equipment or you know what I'm saying? So when you go through a workout, like you're rarely ever going to see tongue tie make a change, like Lee said. So you might see a 0.02 difference, but that's really just a variable in training. So the tongue tie will make a difference if you just leave it on, because if you leave it on, if you go through this, what does a tongue tie impact? Does anybody here know what tongue tie impacts?
Yes.
In real life?
No, in this game.
Stamina.
No.
Strength.
No.
Speed.
No.
I would say
meanness.
I thought it was so he don't bite his tongue.
A tongue tie in real life is
breathing.
to help a horse breathe, right?
Yeah. You have to pull the tongue and hold the tongue.
But for our game purposes, it's stated right on the site. The tongue tie impacts endurance. So
that's what I meant when I said
so the thing is if you just randomly apply a tongue tie because of a workout time and you see no difference, trust me, that tongue tie is impacting the horse in some way. And when you throw it into a race, it's going to add that to the rest of the 1,000 pieces that make up a race and have some type of impact. Is it the sole reason for the outcome? No, I'm not saying that, but I'm clearly telling you that the tongue tie impacts endurance. Does it impact it negatively or does it impact it positively? That's what you don't know. So if you just randomly apply it and thinking that it didn't hurt it, well, when you put it into a race, it may have hurt it. So that's one of them pieces of equipment that you're going to have to play around with from a race standpoint to see if it really works for you. Because look, even for my real horses and stuff, like when we messed around with the tongue tie and everything, it was completely different. From a work when we were breezing in the morning and stuff, it was different. When we put them into the race, it's a whole different ball game. Them horses are going full exertion in a race, whereas breezing or in the morning, whatever, they're not doing that. So you don't really know until you put them in the race and you have a tongue tie on and say, well, shit, it didn't work out. Let me try racing the next time without a tongue tie. And next thing you know, my real horse wins the race that it was in. And now you have to figure out, was it because of the tongue tie or was it because of what we fed him all week long? You know what I mean? But, that's how you have to look at that piece. And it goes the same for all of them. I mean, blinkers impact speed, right? Shadow roll impacts speed and strength. Tongue tie is endurance. Butte is stamina and strength. Lasix is stamina and strength. Vitamins are stamina and strength. So you could have positives and negatives. Just because it's positive with stamina doesn't mean that the strength was positive. So, the equipment and meds matter And I don't think people play around with them enough. I think people just tend to like leave the shit on it and then just kind of just race them forever and then never change them again. And I think that might be a mistake. But so just remember that it impacts multiple things.
So you're saying if something doesn't move the numbers like more than 0.3 of a difference, right? Try it without, and then try it with. If you're not happy with the result, then try it with.
I don't know. These guys might have a different philosophy, but back in the day when I was racing, if it was less than 0.3, I just basically moved on to the next thing. Now, if it was 0.3, then maybe I would train it a few more times off and on just to get that average that I'm looking at and saying, okay, that was a variable or not, or it truly helped, because you'll be able to figure that out, right? Because if it improved it by 0.03 and it was just a variable, how do you know it doesn't really improve it by 0.05 unless you train it 2 more times there? Because the 0.03 could just be the low end of that variable. So so normally though, what you're looking for is the big ones, right? So people put a shadow roll on it, boom, you know what I mean? It drops by 0.15. I mean, it's clearly, that it helped. So, you're looking for something that truly makes a difference. 0.03 to me probably was a prior cutoff where it didn't really matter to me all that much. Unless it was taking the time off the back end in a more significant way and leaving the front 2 splits the same. Like I would prefer I would prefer a horse where the 2 furlongs or the 4 furlongs weren't really impacted at all, but the 6 furlong time was lower.
Well, one of these is affecting this horse because I can't get back to 108.51 again. I took both of them off, shadow roll and tongue tie.
Right. Well,
one of these is affecting this horse.
Right. Well, now look at it. Shadow roll is speed and strength, and the tongue tie is endurance, which is more of a race ready thing. So clearly, it's the shadow roll.
It is. I added shadow roll back. I'm back at 108.51. No, I added shadow roll back. I'm back to 108.51.
Yeah. So clearly, that helps it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pancho, do you see what I got? I put the the best workout time in the chat right here on the right, main chat.
Okay.
I think I'm done with this horse. I think I'm finished with this horse.
I don't see it. Let's see.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Hey, I have another question for you guys.
Spacey, check it again.
You don't see.
Yes,
Oh, that's private. It's on private chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't see it.
If I go, you know how every horse has its preferred track preference, dirt, turf, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I switch from dirt to turf, like dirt fast to turf firm, and my numbers are literally the same, can I make the assumption that this horse could run on turf?
I don't think so. I think you should try it because, well, Bob, I'll let you answer because when I asked this question before, I thought Bob told me that surface preference isn't necessarily opened up during training because you will see just about the same times on both with just about every horse you train.
Yeah,
do you guys have horses you run on the same horse on turf and dirt?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so look at it this way. Lee's right. You can answer. That's a 2-part answer, really. So again, with the workouts, you constantly have to remember in workouts that you're dealing with a very, very, very minimal amount of things that impact that workout, right? Whereas a race has many, 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 many things that impact the race. They're not there in the workout. So even from a turf contact time and all kind of stuff, it's a very minimal thing. Now, as far as racing goes, let's look at preference like a number just to make things easier, right? So say, take horse A. Horse A prefers turf, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it prefers turf, let's say, to make this easy for the conversation, it prefers turf 55 to 45. So 55 for turf, 45 for dirt, right? So it can clearly at that point it can run dirt and turf races because the impact is not as it's not a major impact, right? Now you take horse B. Horse B also likes turf, but horse B is 95.5. So it really, I mean, the improvement on turf or how it runs on turf is drastically different than it does on dirt. Okay. So
how do you know if your horse can run on dirt and turf?
When you run them on dirt and turf in a race.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
That's the only way to find out.
Well, that's the only way for even in real life, for anybody ever to find out. I mean, we can go by bloodlines in real life or the game and say hereditary stuff that this horse should like turf because it's mare or 4x4 cross likes turf and it ran in England at a mile and 3/4, all that shit. But the bottom line is until you get into a race, even in real life, it's not going to matter until you actually see the horse perform. Now, with what you're going to see is you're going to see some horses because that it says turf preference, but they're going to perform. It's going to seem like they perform better on dirt because you may win more on dirt than you do on turf, right? But maybe that's because it's so minimal. Like it prefers dirt or turf 51% to 49% on dirt, so it's pretty much even. And then you have to figure the type of races that you're in on turf versus dirt. The competition versus turf. There's are you in claiming races on turf and stakes races on dirt? I mean, there's a lot of different things that go into that, but you have to race them. I go back to the same thing. If it's my first run out with a horse, and this is not a rule. This is just a clean strategy. First time out with a horse, I try to ride with the preferences. The horse prefers turf. I try to make it a turf maiden. I try to make it in the ideal distance as a maiden, and then I go from there. If it performs well, then I expand a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what, if it's a maiden special weight or whatever, I try like the devil to get it on its preferred surface. If it's kind of a lower level 5-15 claimer, I really don't care. But then I don't punish it if it didn't do well on its off surface.
Yeah,
but sometimes.
So Pancho, don't you have like number one, like a really good some of the top horses in this game?
I have some, yes.
Can most of your horses win stakes at dirt and turf?
Most do, yes. But as Bossman said, it has some that preference turf, some preference dirt, but most of them are multi-surface.
Yeah,
I think your best horses are going to be the ones
that could go both sides.
Can run both. Yeah, but let's face it. I mean, if you have a good horse, I mean, a really good horse, I mean, it can run on turf and dirt. What I would remember is this: as you do it, run both, have fun, but remember this: it is not for show only. If it says prefers turf, that means this horse is getting some type of bonus, multiplier in the process as far as racing because it's running on surface, and it's getting some type of negative impact if it's running off surface. So when you run off surface, you may say, well, this horse, how could that be? This horse runs so much better on dirt, but it prefers turf. Well, it just happens to be able to handle all of that really well, and that negative impact or multiplier or whatever is not impacting that horse in that kind of way. But make no mistake, if it says preference turf and you run on turf, you're getting what you should get. And if you run on dirt, there's definitely some type of negative impact that's happening to the horse in that race. And that's why I say always try to start off with the best situation possible and then take it from there. So, because you're going to start driving yourself crazy with horses you think are great. So you may already have them perceived to be better than they are.
We already did that.
Then you enter in a maiden race that's off surface. Then you just don't even know where to go with the horse, because you're like, what happened? You know what I mean? This horse is supposed to do this and that. And then you're chasing it. You're chasing it rather than going best out and going, you know what? I ran in the maiden, ran it on surface, ideal distance. I finished second. Not bad. The horse that won, good horse, doesn't mean my horse is bad. Let me run it back out in the same exact type setup. See if I can win the maiden the next time. And that's how you should do it. And then once you then win and you establish yourself and this horses win, then spread out and be like, you know what? I'm going to go for this race. Okay, this is not on surface, but let me try to see if I can steal this race. and then some of these horses will really start to surprise you. And that's the way I would go about it anyway.
All right, I have another question. Do the names of the horses have anything at all to do with anything? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but like I find it funny that that Seabiscuit is who's a newer horse in this game?
Seabiscuit?
No, like I see their Seabiscuit. I saw a bunch of them that were like the names of like real horses.
It's probably because somebody thinks the horse is pretty good, so they name it after a good horse. Like you could name a horse Secretariat if you want, I assume, but
it doesn't mean it will not affect anything, correct?
No.
And that's just a sales ring horse. If it says DD, hyphen Secretariat, yeah, it matters.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be naming it that.
No.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand the difference, because there's a DD horse, and then privately someone can call the horse Seabiscuit. Now, no one else will be able to. What state is Seabiscuit in, Spacey?
Kentucky.
So, like, nobody in Kentucky will be able to name their horse Seabiscuit.
But you can have a Seabiscuit, Florida, though.
But yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna start doing that, like breeding horses in every state.
now they will take care of that this season. That is being
Oh
changed.
damn!
You won't be able to do it. You won't be able to do the same name across the
What's the
farm.
nice thing about it is if you like a horse's name that was already used like years ago, now that it's got the state moniker after it, you can use it. Used to get a lot of times where it said this name has already been used, but you don't get that so much now that the state moniker included.
Exactly so.
I assume he's going.
Oh,
go ahead. Because there was a
sorry.
Seabiscuit non-sales ring horse a while back, but it wasn't called Seabiscuit KY. So that's why we have another Seabiscuit.
Some good advice I can give you, Dutton, is, especially with claimers, is aim high. Okay, I'd rather aim high in claimers than start out low in claimers and lose a really good horse. So because those guys will scoop your horse up in a second.
Yeah, I don't really like. I like running the open claimers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think if I was running a condition book, I wouldn't run open claimers until I was out of all my conditions. So, like, if I had a horse that I was okay with in a 20,000 race, then I would probably run it in a 20,000 non-winners of 2 before I run it in a 20,000 open. Because you're talking about class. So even though you have a $20,000 claimer, the 20,000 non-winners of 2 is a lower class than a 20,000 open or a 20,000 non-winners of 3, etc. So basically, you want to take advantage of every opportunity to run with horses that are closer to your ability. As soon as you go into open, any horse that's a hammer can just knock you out of the race. So, because a stakes horse can be in an open 20,000.
Yeah, so, the former stakes horse, it's not running like a stakes horse.
Right, but it's still better than yours.
And no one's going to claim it because it's that age, but it'll kick your tail.
So that's what I said.
Get in the non-winners of 2 because it's already won more than 2. So
look, that's the look. People race here differently. Like Poncho's different than Lee, and different than Spacey and whatever. Crispin's different than this guy. Everybody has their own technique. Some people are very, very strict to a condition book style. They maximize their profit on every single horse. You know what I mean? Whereas some people race more loosely and are more like gunners. So, and you can normally see the difference in their statistics. Okay, but you'll see, Crispin plays shit really close to the vest. He's more of a condition type player, tries to maximize everything the way in steps in the condition book. Whereas some other guys are just like maiden stakes. Oh, this horse sucks. This down the claim, and so it's something for everyone. You just have to pick your own technique or style that works for you.
I believe that if you were a new owner or existing owner, and you said, I only want to breed and buy stakes horses, but of course that's not always going to happen with what you breed or buy. But you can make a living on this site really well without breeding a horse ever if you just watch the claimers. There was a claimer yesterday, I won't mention the name or the owner, and I wish I would have claimed it. And it went from a maiden special weight to 5,000 claimer from one race to the next. That was an easy claim. A horse just kicked our asses in that race. And you'll constantly see people that have a lot of horses that will be willing to shed a horse by dropping it lower and lower and lower. And you can pick one of those up dirt cheap. Seabiscuit was kind of fluke because that was his first race out. But there's large stables that will literally just say, okay, I'm going to run it until someone claims it. I'm going to keep running it right back at 5 or 8 or 10 or whatever because I'm winning with it. And it's that level where it keeps winning and I'll keep running it. Well, sometimes they can run better than that. And so you could always supplement your stable with that type of claimer. And
yeah, that's how I got Turtle Dove. I claimed it.
Yeah.
And it won its first race off the claim.
There you go. I would watch that every
day. Won a
day.
49K allowance.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you get that from me?
How do I know who had it before?
The breeder? Well, most likely. If
Cowboy Way.
Okay. Okay. He's been hinting that he's running horses to be claimed, so that sounds like it's true. Yeah, he knows what he's doing as far as, so if he put it down there, then he was willing for it to be claimed. But yeah, that's a good way. Those horses pay the bills, man. And if you,
I claimed it for 10,000, and the first race off the claim it won 26,950.
There you go. You can make a living. You don't have to. That's it. And especially when you're new, you don't have to spend $8,000 to get a stable of stakes unless you're win or die. You can build a nice stable off other people's horses. And like I said, Pancho makes a living grabbing my damn claimers and running them in allowance and stakes. I just saw Thunder Secret the other day in a race. I didn't think it had any chance of winning. There he sits, and no one picked that horse in that race. And there he sat and just brought home the bacon. So if he can do it, I tell you, you just watch them claimers, and you can pick up a lot of nice horses because no one really, as Bob says, no one really polices it. People get away. Eddie the other day commented about how he had a track record holder in a 10K claimer race and no one claimed it. So,
yeah. Hey, Talk, on that note, I added a bunch of horses to my watch list, right?
Yeah.
So what happens is I get a notification that it's been entered into a race, right?
Right.
The only way that I can get to that horse is to write it, because it'll tell me, like, if I have 9 horses in there, it'll tell me like 3 of them will be entered in a race. Soon as I have to write the names down and then find them. Is there an easier way to do that?
Yeah, that's a good question because
I've run into that same problem also.
Because a lot of times they'll get entered into a race that's 3 or 4 days away, and it's like, oh yeah, I got to remember to claim that horse or look at it. But then,
and I can't look at multiple horses. Like once I go to the first horse.
Oh no, you can go look at all. You can go look at all your watch list horses.
Where else can you look at it besides this bell?
It's if you go to that bell and says view my watch list.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When I have horses in there, I can't. It doesn't take me to if they entered a race, it does not take me to the race.
No. If the race isn't, I agree.
So if I have more than 5 horses in there, I have to like freaking locate them, and half the time, I mean that's like, I can't.
They can't show you. It can't show you a race it's entered into if the race hasn't come up on the schedule, like where everyone can see it. You don't get any special look in just because it's on your watch list. So
yeah, but
I know what you're saying is if
I should be able to click his name and figure out, like right now I was watching this horse Cowboy Chrome who's entered into claimers. I really like this horse, right?
I had like 9. I'm just deleting them because it's so hard for me to get to them. Even when it says they've entered a race, the only way I figured I can do it now, I'm restarting, is because I'm have to write their names down. Because once I click that bell, it's over. It's a wrap.
Yeah, but I'm a little confused here because you guys are talking about a couple different things. If you click the bell, that is it's showing the horses that you are watching. So, and I can go to the horse page, so I can clearly go to the horse.
Yep, you have to remember its name.
No, it's listed for you.
It's there. It says, like, I have a watch list right here that I did the practice with. So this one says one word. It always shows up there. The only way it's off of my watch list is if I delete it.
So when I click on the bell and I hit view my watch list, you literally click on the words view my watch list. And I have 6 horses in my watch list. Is that what you're talking about?
All right, I cleared my whole watch list out, but here,
okay.
View my watch list. Okay, I have bet the Benjamins, right? Mm-hmm. All right, it takes me to the horse. But why, if it said entered in, if it said Benjamin Buttons has been entered into a race.
Yeah, you're going to have to track that on your own.
Okay, that's time out. Now, hold that conversation right there. Now, Spacey, tell me what your issue is.
It was the exact same thing that he's talking about.
Okay, so okay.
Oh,
same
that
thing.
A horse may be entered in the race, but then you still have to go and find them. Like, you don't know exactly.
Yeah, and when you have multiple horses, it's like so time consuming. Right. It's literally impossible.
Here's the thing. So here's the thing. This is how we do things here. You know, like Lee said, it doesn't exist, and whatever. It doesn't mean it can't exist. I don't have a problem with that. Technically, if a horse was entered in real life into claimers or whatever, it would be fair knowledge for anybody. And actually, there's apps and stuff that I can track horses, and it would tell me that. But how we do things here is for something like that, on the Discord server, there's a programming request channel, and that's where I would add it there in the programming request. And if we can get the programmers to build that in, then we will. And how it would look is, if you go to your watch list, it'll show you the horse, and it'll show you what it's currently entered in, or show you what it's currently, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's not going to be able to show you that until the race is posted. Like Lee said, it's not going to
that makes sense. Yeah, because what they're saying, that would be a complete unfair advantage. Like, I could be actually waiting for you to enter a horse, and I know I can beat your horse every time, so I'm going to wait till you enter in a race. I'm going to enter in the same race. And you'll never get away from me.
Right. So it would have to be public knowledge already so that the race is posted. And if it's posted, then we can actually add that line underneath your horse that shows you what race it's entered in for that.
Yeah.
Because it may not always be claimers. It may tell you that it's entered in the auction. It may tell you that it was posted on the public sales page. It might, whatever that current status of the horse is, it can show you that. And then you'll be able to click on that, and then it'll take you there. So, for instance, you go to my watch list, you go to your horse, it says one host now or whatever. You go there, click, you see it. It says entered in a 5K claimer at Belmont, so and so. Click on it. It'll take you right to that page where you can make a claim on it.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
So, I never thought of that. What's that, Lee?
Ask, and you have a good chance of receiving.
Yeah, we don't mess around here. I mean, we build stuff for the community based off how they want things. It's not about whatever's in my head. That's what we get. It's about what the community needs, and that's what we build. But that's why the programming channel is there, because everybody puts their ideas or things they need in there, and then we make the improvements based off of that. So I would advise to use that in the future. I'll try to remember that tonight, but I got a lot of programming stuff.
I'll type it in. I'll go add it.
So, because I know it could be helpful. I mean, because before, look, even the watch list last time we made an update to it, someone wanted to be able to edit the watch list, and they wanted to be able to delete stuff and and whatever. So we made that change. So it's not a bad feature to add.
All right,
Poncho, I did pretty good on that one horse. Your AKA whistleblower, I think.
Okay.
The whistleblower.
She came out at 108.55 for the 6.
Oh my God!
Nice.
What was it?
That's higher than my whole stable. That's higher than all
listen to
all 42 horses in my stable. I think my highest horse is 104.25,
Okay, okay.
and I've
Is
read
it-
that one.
Okay.
No, the time was 108.
Time is 108.
Oh.
Okay. What's the rated?
The rating is
I gotta say,
104. 104.0.
All right.
if he's got a 108.55 6 furlong trained horse, and that's higher than every horse in your stable, your stable's looking pretty good.
Now, at least that's nice, Macy. At least that's nice improvement.
Thank you. There's one up for you too, if you're ready. If you want to take it, I got
That
one
is-
reserved for
The
you.
whistleblower, and I have more for you too, so I have no fear.
Hey, Talk, what is the highest rating a horse can achieve?
Wow.
And what's the highest speed rating also a horse can achieve or have?
The highest it can achieve would be
It has to have a ceiling.
well.
We always thought that, but then they keep going higher.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you breed. I mean,
It could be that it hits a maximum, but it only shows that. So let's say 110, but
Yeah.
sort of like when the 99
what's the highest I don't even know what the highest is that we
I
have.
think mine right now is the 112.5.
112 is very high.
And 110 is the highest I ever bred so far.
Horse rating.
Yeah, 110. For me.
What about
112.5.
speed rating, Poncho?
Wow, the best I ever bred is a 108.21.
I saw a 122 or 123 the other day.
Yeah, that's the best I ever did.
Oh, a what? A 108?
108.21, yeah.
All right.
Oh, wait. That's your 6 furlong time.
Yeah, from that's.
Oh,
Are you
no,
talking
no,
about
I meant
speed and
speed
pace,
rating.
right? Speed, you kind of assume 120 means your horse ran its balls off if it's a guy. But you do see occasionally the 121, 122, 123, but the horses can win at any
and speed.
And then the pace is based on how close it came to the track record. So 100 means it ran right at the track record.
Yeah.
But horses win races at all kinds of speed. Think about different surfaces too. So a horse on a mud surface might only run a 107. Obviously, if you look through the stakes horses, you're probably going to see them running 115, 118 all the time, but they don't have to run that to win a race.
I would say you're getting top level. I mean, I would say you're looking at it would be like 115, something like that, maybe.
All right.
115, maybe.
Somebody's busy.
Yeah, sorry, I have to take care of this pool.
Oh, something sounded like it was pumping.
Yeah, I mean, 112 something is very high. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's extremely high. It's really difficult to get to that level. That is for sure, based on what I'm looking at now. And I think you could probably get.
How you doing, girl?
I mean, it'll be very difficult, but I think you can get into that 115, 116 range.
I mean, you look at Arctic Warrior.
Mm.
Okay. Here's his last several races. Make sure I'm on the right horse here. 113, 114, 114, 114, 114, 114, 113, 1. So you're not seeing the 117s, 118s, 119s, 120s, but what you're seeing is got first, you know. But on the right side, the speed or the pace, he's usually, 96, 97, 98, 100. So he's not one of those horses that ever posts a 120 or 118, but he
it just has a nice little marriage between the speed and pace, and that can do a lot.
What's your super hot horse, Poncho, that ran and won the Crown.
Stop carrying news.
That horse is ridiculous.
Win for stop carrying news. 4G1 on that truck.
Stop carrying news. Let's see what he's.
That is the one I'll give him the bread too. AK whistle, AK whistle blower.
Yep. And you look at his speed. The last 1, 2, 3, 4 races where he just kicked total ass. All of them were 116. You don't see a 112. Matter of fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The last 10 races, the horses had a 116 every time. So that is probably his peak. He's given it all. And then 97, 98, 96, he's close to track records. The last 2 of the 3 races, a 99 in the, what was that? The Arlington Million, which wasn't even a close race. And then 99 again in that race a few days ago, the Crown Championship.
The Crown.
Yeah. So you don't have, the horse doesn't have to be 118, 119, 120 to win quality races. You'll see a horse. Poor Steve had a horse run a 120 something the other day and got beat.
Yeah. Did you forget to train that horse on like July 30th or something? That was a horrible run.
Who, me?
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah, I think I wasn't around, to be honest. A few of my horses ran that day, didn't train at all. So yeah, let's forget that.
You usually won't get a 95 if it has training though. You'll get like an 83 or something.
Mm-hmm. So that was my bad, Tuck. That's my bad.
What'd you do?
I missed training.
I
probably worked late or got in late. You didn't notice for this last week here, I didn't even get to enter in the race at Berkey ran 1, 2, 3. I had about 4 horses that could have made those finals, but I didn't get to enter the last 2 races. I wasn't around. So hence being was only getting to enter like 6 to 9 horses a day for the last week.
Listen, that's got to be the quickest I've ever seen someone get. I mean, that has 19 races and it's over 2 million. It's 2.2 million.
I know.
He was lightly raced. I was kind of scared.
That's insane.
Insane. I trained it after you, boss man.
And 179,000 in state bred money.
But just imagine if he runs at 4. Wow. He'll go past the 3 million mark,
I better go back and look how much money I'm giving away, dude. I didn't realize.
Hey.
All right, Lee. What do I gotta do to get you on board, Lee? We're gonna make a baby or what?
Come, Lee, jump on board.
Oh, let me a sire, huh? Let me look at one of the. Where's your mare at? Where's he located? Kentucky?
She's in New York right now.
Yeah.
New York.
She's traveling. She's a traveler.
Hey, when you guys enter a race,
mm-hmm.
When do you train your horse?
Wow.
When I enter, when do I train it?
Mm-hmm.
I train him like once and don't hardly ever train him again.
Yeah. How soon before the race?
If that's what you mean. Like I don't train him every time there's a race.
I know.
I reset their meters. I mean,
yeah. But you don't train them that does nothing to nothing.
No. Training is just detective work.
The old days, you had to, it took you 4 days to train a horse to get it to race again. And, it really did bog down the game because the game is it's not a year-long game, right? So it's a 4-month game. So we act like it's a year within 4 months. So everything is faster. So trying to mix in this real life process of training a horse. I remember my first time I ever came to this site, I think I got a new horse and it took me like 3 weeks just to get it into a race or something because you can only train once a day.
And sometimes the meters would spaz out on you for no reason.
Spaz out, right. So you're wasting so much time and you only have 4 months in the season. It was the dumbest thing ever. So when I bought the game, was one of the first things I got rid of was this ridiculous training process You have to decide what kind of game you are. If you're trying to emulate real life, then you have the wrong setup for 4 months. If you're trying to be a 4-month game, then you have to make sure that everything within the game fits within the same process of that sped up pace. So it allows people to race every 3-4 days. You don't have to wait 3-4 weeks. So, it worked from that standpoint, you don't have to worry about training. Now, some people may feel that if you do train a horse a couple times before a race, that it may help them. To each its own. But we made it so that you don't have to train if you don't want to.
This is kind of an odd question. Maybe I don't know if it's ever been asked. Have you ever considered like an insta death in the middle of a race, end of a race, your horse just breaks down and it's gone?
Yeah. So this came up before. People wanted to. It almost had something to do with as far as consistency and how the form of the horse, and maybe a horse gets injured and stuff like that. But then, it did come up in conversation. But then people would also say, well, listen, if I bought a horse for $400 in an auction and I raced it one time out and it got injured in a race, I'm going to be pretty pissed off, and I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to play this game because because now you're leaving your money out to things that you can't control. So from that standpoint, it pretty much eliminated the possibility of an injury or a career-ending thing being randomly applied to your horse because it won't fly. Now, as far as in the future, as far as consistency and how well your horse is running, those are things that we are looking at to help enhance the game, and basically from the form of the horse. So we are looking at things to add that piece where it help you guys see the trajectory of the horse, or if it's on a decline, or if it's inclining, or if it's cycling, that kind of stuff that we can do.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, like one of the things that's going away is the ability to reset your fitness meter. So, well, like if you looked at your stable right now, you'll see some horses that are in red, which means you can't enter it for 2 days, right? It needs mandatory 2 days rest. So what we're going to do is we're going to get away from that, and we're going to remove that, and we're going to then let horses naturally recover to their fitness. So if a horse races and it recovers in 2 days, then if it's over 95%, then you can race the horse. But if your horse takes a longer time to recover based off of its attributes, it's going to be based off of the real attributes of the horse, and it may need 4 days to recover, then that horse, you need a 4-day rest for you to enter that horse again. But all of it is based off of the actual attributes of the horse. So it's nothing that the site is going to dictate as far as like, we're not going to randomly say, hey, this horse needs this many days. This horse, it's going to be based on how that horse is built, which then brings back in the horse rating and the confirmation of how well that horse is built to see how well it recovers so it can enter the race.
I've noticed a lot of times like a hard race will bring down the meters even more. Like in a longer race too, we'll do the same.
There are so many smaller details that people overlook in the game. And sometimes I mention it about how hard a horse works in a race matters, because you could have the best horse in a race, and it could be the weight, it could be by, leaps and bounds a lot better. But if it has a tough race, it's working hard. It's cooking up its all of its, numbers faster than it would like, which means that it's not going to perform to its optimum best. You know what I mean? Whereas you can see horses that maybe are less talented that get a very, very clean, easy race, and they're going to perform out of this world because it didn't work very hard. It was just a stress-free race, right? And sometimes you can see this in horses that are like, let's say you have a horse that's an allowance grade horse, but someone dropped it into a 10K claimer, right? Mm-hmm. The horse doesn't necessarily belong in a 10K claimer. It's already in a better class than that. But it gets into this race, and it ends up getting a really easy race, and it gets a nice, easy lead, grabs the rail, it's out by 4 lengths, smokes the field, breaks the track record. And you're going, well, how the hell does a 10K horse break their track record? Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's because it basically just had its best possible race it could ever have, because it never worked hard in that race. It was never challenged. It was a walk in the park for that horse.
Yeah.
Whereas you can put Arctic Warrior, the greatest horse ever on DD, that horse can still lose because it gets involved in some type of tussle, whether it's gait related or you know what I'm saying?
Like Stan blocking my horse today.
Right, like exactly. Lee got boxed in. Lee probably had the better horse in that race. He got boxed in by 3 horses. He couldn't get out of it. That horse, you could see it fighting. You could watch it fighting. Up and back, up and back, up and back. Couldn't get clear, couldn't get space. And then when it eventually did get space, it still moved forward. It just didn't have enough in the tank because it's wore out.
Eric, what's up, buddy? Go get you some Thunder Voltage.
All right.
5X, 2-time stakes winner.
Yeah, so that all goes back to, especially Dutton, if you're listening, it all goes back to, again, come race day and strategy, each race is unique, and you're trying to find the best running position for your horse, right? Like
108.75.
It matters because if you don't want to be, you don't necessarily want to be hung all the time 4 wide. You don't necessarily want to be boxed in all the time. And sometimes the rail isn't always the best place for the horse either, because you could end up in the rail, but you could end up 3 sections back, totally boxed in. The rail, how's the rail helping you? So, I mean, you're looking for the best possible running situation for your horse, and then you're using your instructions and all kinds of stuff to help you get there. So, yeah, man, absolutely matters. Tough race will bury a horse.
There's a lot to learn. There's definitely a lot to learn, but it's easier to get up and running here than anywhere else on any site. So there are a lot of details and a lot of things that people can tell you. There's things people have forgotten, so they aren't trying to hide it. They just forgot that, oh yeah, that you might want to know that. But people are always willing to help here and help with breeds, help with advice. And you won't find that in a lot of other sites. It's sort of hidden in clicks and people that don't want to share information. So keep asking questions, man. Keep asking the questions. That's the only way to find out some of the things. But there are some things you kind of just have to find out. I wouldn't get totally hung up on a horse, whether it's training at 108, 50, 51, 52, 53, 50, back and forth, because they're going to run in different times than they train at. The main thing to keep, at least for me, is the fraction splits more than the overall training time, because the training time will kind of tell you quasi its class, where you can guess what class it is, but you won't know until it races. But the splits are going to put the horse where it belongs. And doesn't matter how good a horse is, if it's not in the right distance, it's going to struggle usually. That's just my soapbox.
And then you'll learn which stables that are absolutely just cutthroat.
Like Poncho.
That's the name of you.
If you accidentally put a horse in a claimer and Poncho claims it, don't ask for it back.
Yeah, because he's going to win a championship with it later, 3 months later.
And then he's going to remind you should have never put that in a claimer. But you're not going to get it back. I don't care if it was day one. No mercy, isn't that right, Poncho?
I remember who I trained my game after.
Who taught you no mercy?
Tuck taught me no mercy. Take no prisoners. He taught me to be ruthless.
Said that's the only way to go. But
he taught me to be ruthless.
Yeah, this vet report's wrong.
The what?
How the hell? It says Butte will have the maximum positive result on this
right.
horse.
We just talked about that.
Yeah, it just messed it all up.
No. What's going on is it may appear there's 2 things. There's things that are happening you don't see, but obviously you don't know.
He went from a 109.3 to now he's running 109.14s.
109.03 to 109.14.
Yeah,
but
and all I did is add Butte.
But you're training it at 6 furlongs, which is what you're supposed to do. If you were to finish that horse up without Butte, start it through 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, there might be a point in time where Butte kicks in and makes the horse quicker, usually longer distances. So that's what we were talking about earlier, that if it says it's going to it doesn't say it's going to maximize its training works. What does it exactly say under Butte?
It says Butte will have maximum positive results on this horse.
Right. It doesn't say Butte will show up in training and make your horse great. So Butte, at some point in time, which you'll have to discover, sometimes it's not always. You'll get horses where it'll say that and Butte will knock 0.2 off. But you'll also get horses where it says that and Butte changes the works. And you also might notice that the first fraction went from 2240 something to 2250 something.
Wasn't Butte used for horses that run like over 6 furlongs?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I've had horses do exactly what you said. By the time I got done with all the other training, so I took Butte off, went ahead and did all the other training, got the shoes on and everything. I clicked Butte again, and it was still maybe a little negative, maybe not quite as much. And I started going up 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, 8 furlongs, 9 furlongs. And about the 8 furlong mark, I started doing Butte on, Butte on, Butte on. And all of a sudden at 8, 9, 10, the Butte is giving you maximum results. So it doesn't necessarily say Butte's going to give you maximum results at a 6 furlong workout. It's just telling you that Butte, for the horse's stamina or whatever Bob can tell you, which is going to give the maximum. So if it's not a 6 furlong horse, it may not show in the works.
Right. And to put it like this. So on the slide, it tells you that Butte impacts stamina and strength, right? Now, if I run a workout time, which one of them two do you think it's going to show up in a workout time? So would any adjustment in stamina show up in a workout time? Or do you think you can see strength in a workout time?
6 furlongs.
Any distance, do you think stamina is going to show up in the work time or strength?
Speed.
Speed.
Oh, it's only those two?
It's not an option. I'm saying if Butte is impacting stamina and strength, and I run a workout time, what's easier for me to see in the workout time? Would it be stamina or strength?
Stamina.
Stamina. So
Yes.
in this case, Butte.
Yes.
Yeah, got one right. So in this case, Butte is working with two. So if it tells you Butte is going to give you the maximum positive, well, maybe it's looking at the strength, telling you that has a big boost in strength, but you can't see that in a work time, and has a negative impact on your stamina, which made the horse slower in that regard, and all the stuff that Lee has talked about. Now, those things will play out in a race. So
what I just warn you, I don't want to down on your horse, but if it's above 109 when it's done, you're probably not going to have many options for that horse.
Are you talking to me? Because
No, I'm talking to Jason.
Spades,
His
you got one on
time is 109.03. If that's where the horse ends up, that whether the Butte's positive or negative probably isn't going to make much difference.
Yeah.
Did you breed
But
yet?
you want to
Did
be?
get a
I'll
dog?
throw it in a claimer so Poncho can turn into. The,
Yeah. That's why he's laughing. He's like, yeah, what's the name of that horse? Yeah, it's so good. Put it in the
yeah,
claimer.
and don't waste horseshoes and all that kind of shit on those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you breed, Eric? Did you get a?
I did.
Crap?
Yeah.
All right, don't put one
Unfortunate.
up for me then. Don't
I
worry.
got there's one up for you, but
Wait, that's a stayer he got. He got a 109. That's a stayer, actually.
hey, Todd, is there
What kind of horse
special,
rating did it?
is there
No, the one
specialists over 6 furlongs?
96.
A 96?
A specialist over 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to go all the way to.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you could find. It's a good question. It's funny. In the past, I
Eric,
would say
take
no.
that down. Take that
More
down.
recently,
I won't use it.
I've seen some horses that end up being
Save it for
mile
a good horse.
specialists.
Save it for a good partner somewhere.
But besides that,
I
I
thought
would
that
say
horse was
maybe
gonna
a
be
mile
my
and a half.
best breeder this year.
Yeah, that was
How
the
can
low.
that happen? How can
You know,
a 108 and a
Jason,
107
a
produce
mile.
the
I don't
sorry.
know.
A 96.
A mile is it's very unique, distance here. So you'll find some horses just react differently.
It's 8 furlongs, right?
Yeah. So you'll find that some horses react differently based on the turns of the track. So because you have to factor in turns of the track, and there's all kinds of shit that's involved with that. So, some horses respond better at a mile and some horses don't. Because you'll think there's a pattern, right? They'll be training this horse. These are the splits. These are the times. Then I train 7 furlongs. Then I train 8 furlongs. And you have the same expectation. Oh, I already know what this is going to kind of be like. I already know what this is going to kind of be like. Then you'll find one where it's not as good at 6, not as good at 7, but it's better at a mile than the other two where, it just likes that distance, that turn. The turn's better than the other ones. So, it's not every time, but it's possible.
Okay, so Lee, that horse I'm doing right now, I'm wasting my time on it.
No, wait. Is this the one that's 102 rated out of Bernardini?
6849. The ending. I didn't name it. It's unnamed.
No.
Who's the sire?
Hold on.
No, it's
I can't tell. I'm in the training.
It's a mile and an eighth running 149.63, 162. No, you can race it. Right? Yeah.
Are we talking about the same horse that didn't break 109? I wasn't sure if he was done with the horse.
No, it's a stayer though. It was a 2670, and then he put ads on it and stuff. It's a stayer, so it can get claiming races for sure at a mile and eighth and up.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, but that's about its limits. And can that change? I guess my question is, you see this, can this change besides an age change? Can this change?
I don't know. I don't know its confirmation. But that's a geld candidate.
I'm just saying, Jason, I wouldn't waste my time with it. If you want to, I have 200 horses, so I have 5 claimers that are quicker than that. I'm not saying mine will beat yours, but if I won't touch many horses.
It's not good.
Can't get below 108, 80 or 90 for a.
Yeah, but we also haven't had stayers here for a while. It's a stayer. It's a stayer. It's a 149.
It opens up in 2270. I don't care how much of a stayer it is. It's unless it's closing at 2295. It ain't gonna, in my opinion. It opens.
He's got a horse rating of 102.
It's a 2320 close, and he still can geld it. Is my point.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just saying, as it sits now, if it gelds, I would geld that. I would, without a doubt, geld that horse.
One time.
Hey, I'll put another one up for you, Eric.
Yeah, his comps aren't good at all.
All right.
Because this one, Brett that was a new one that I just retired. The one I'm going to put up for you now has bred champion. It has bred. It's a 5X, and it's got an average race earnings of 12,000, which is pretty good. And he was last year's horse. I feel bad that you got that.
96. Yeah, but wow.
He's the parent of Supersonic Cookie.
Okay.
Who had won. And let's see, what's he kicking in at? 103.5. So I know he is legit. The other one, I don't know why he didn't do something better. Bob, how does that happen? That's a nightmare.
What?
We just read a 108.75 and a 107 and got a 96.
96?
Yeah.
What are the confirmation?
Mine was 5X and his is 4X VG.
No, mine is a 5X too.
Oh, 2 5Xs.
What's the foal confirmation?
What's that?
What's the foal's confirmation?
I can't.
Let me see. Very good, excellent, good, very good. 2X, 2VG, and a good.
Okay. For 2.5.
Bad luck.
Hey, Talk, this horse
Mhm.
dropped to a 149.36 in a mile and an eighth. Gelded.
Yeah. What's the 6 furlong?
47.09.
Wait a minute. What?
47.09. Oh no, that can't be the 6. It's got to be 111. Hold on, which one is the 6 in a mile and eighth? The mid, right?
No.
No,
When you run
training.
a 6 furlong push.
Oh,
Training.
I didn't run a 6 furlong.
Oh yeah, you gotta strip that baby down and start as if it's a brand new horse.
Oh, except for leave horseshoes on, right?
Yeah, you can leave horseshoes. Okay.
Yeah, man, that's just bad luck. I mean, you can breed it again. I guarantee you probably get a different result, but you know, there's a unique
I'm
process
seeing
they
that
do
a
with it.
lot, though. To be honest with you.
It's not a lot.
22.56.
Confirmations are pretty close, huh?
The 6 furlongs is 22.56. 108.79. It dropped. It's not.
Oh yeah,
109 no more.
yeah. There you go. That's your example of
Why you
that
go?
horse can be better than a claimer for sure. You've got to get that on the track. I'd just put it in a maiden. Let's see what it does. Otherwise, Poncho will be where they're stealing it from you.
Mhm.
He said by me. I'm trying to do some breeding tonight.
Hey, Lee, you want me to use that same horse?
No, I'm giving you a different horse.
Right now.
We'll see if it's just. I'm just trying. I'm slow at this.
That's the way, boy. We've not. I want to say again. I don't know if it.
Why
That's
is it
plenty.
saving? Fee must be a positive. Well, I think 1's a positive number. I don't know why it's telling me it isn't. Type it in again. What the fuck? Okay. 1. Save. All right, try this guy. Supersonic Runaway. He's another 5X, 103 rated, and has produced some nice foals. One real nice one and some other nice ones.
Okay.
All right, that's about all right for that. 108.74 is. He's not getting no.
Now this time, what did the Butte? Did the Butte do the same thing?
I'm gonna do it. I just got to it. I'm doing it right now. Let's see what Butte does. I can't get it back to 7.2. I mean 7.4.
With the Butte?
Yeah,
Okay,
with the
now
Butte.
go up to 9 furlongs and train it with and without Butte.
Oh, it's a mile and a quarter. A mile and an eighth. My bad.
Yeah, because you were talking about 140 something 36 a minute ago.
149. 149.36. Yeah, 149. No, 149.32.
With Butte?
Yeah, 149.30. It's dropping even more.
With Butte.
Yeah, with Butte.
See, that's what I was saying.
149.30 is about. That's it.
Yeah. So at 6 furlongs, Butte wasn't showing because it's not going to show up until longer racing. That's when you see that Butte maximum and it goes backwards, or sometimes it doesn't even have to say maximum. Sometimes it just means it won't kick in until a longer distance.
Yeah, that's his max. He ain't running over that though. A mile and an eighth.
Yeah. Well, he probably 8 furlongs. Sometimes starting at 8 furlongs, you see it starts leveling out, but you get more options.
That horse is going to run better with more distance, not less.
Yeah, a mile and an eighth seems to be where it needs to be.
Not if it opens in 22:50 or 60.
No, it's not opening to that.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
This is probably a closer, I can tell you right now.
what's his first at 6 furlongs? What's his opening fraction without Butte and with Butte?
Oh shit, I have Butte on still. Damn it.
Yeah, no, leave it on.
Hold on. 6 furlongs. This is a closer, a mile and an eighth.
Right, give me the 6 furlong push.
All right, 6 furlongs. Hold on, it's still going down. 108.81 seems to be the lowest.
On push.
Yeah, push from gate.
Okay, with Butte, without Butte.
Right now, there's Butte.
Okay, what's the opening quarter? 22, 23.
22.64.
It's the router.
Yeah, that's there.
It should be running 10, 11, 12.
Yeah,
9 would be it can run it, but it's going to be way behind. And you got to hope it can outkick the others.
Yeah, that's what I said. A mile and an eighth is where this horse needs to be. That's 12.
No, that's the minimum it needs to be. It would need to go further, 10, 11, 12 furlongs.
I did a mile and a quarter. It fell off the map.
With Butte?
No, I don't think you trained it right. I think your meters are messed up.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't reset the meters, you're going to get wacky time. So train it 9, 10, 11, 12 on Butte. I mean, with whatever other settings you had, but Butte on instead of Butte
One
on.
at a time.
One at a time. You did 9 furlongs, and train it at all of them. Push, stalk, steady.
No, I didn't train him from all of them. I'm staying with push from gate.
No. Push from gate is for 6 furlongs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, as you go out, you're going to see them. You're going to find out their running style. Now, even at 6 furlongs, you don't have to stick with push, but 6 furlongs push is kind of what the standard is for evaluating. Some people use 4 furlongs. Some people use 1 furlong, 2 furlong, 3 furlong. Got crap again?
No.
Okay.
Can I use one of these instead of going through all of them?
One of what?
Instead of going through stalk, steady, run, close,
Well,
relax.
then when you're saying it falls off the chart, then you can't use the chart.
Oh, because I had pushed. You're saying it fell off because I had pushed from gate on.
Yeah, the chart you're seeing, the first chart, which is the one that breaks it down by 2 furlong, 4 furlong, 6 furlong, that's always a 6 furlong push training run. The chart I gave you with the times that go across are at whatever the horse prefers running style. Those are not push times. So if it says 148.90 for 9 furlongs, that doesn't mean push. It means whatever the horse prefers. And a true router is going to want, you're going to see its best times on push. The only fluke is every once in a while 8 furlongs will still want something different. But if you have a horse that its best works are on push, usually through 10 furlongs, it's definitely a router. And some routers will never get to relax. They still at 12 furlongs want to run close or steady. If you get a horse at 12 furlongs and his best times, work times are steady, you've got the old classic kick your ass router is what you got there. What'd you get, Eric? Anything you can race?
It'll be serviceable. It got a 2-year-old colt rating. Now with the shoes 105.75.
So you got the rating, but you didn't get the good works, or
yeah, the works are My best work is a 108.67.
Is that a sprinter work?
Yeah,
Classic
44,
work? Or
44.94 on the middle split.
what'd the conforms come out?
4X and a VG on the end.
I would have thought that would have produced better.
Still not bad. Not bad.
Oh, I hate that.
You hate my horse?
No, I hate this thing randomly changes.
Changes what?
I took the butte off and it changed the damn thing from 1 1/8 to 7 furlongs. It does it all the time.
It's always gonna. If anytime you make a change to a setting, it's going to bring you back to your default, and you'll appreciate that when you're training at your default, because then it doesn't change. Like mine are all set for 6 furlongs as my default, so I can add and subtract adds, meds, or whatever, and that 6 furlong always comes back to 6 furlongs. Now, if you go add and subtract, yeah, you have to remember if you're training a different distance. But you'll get used to it. If you could see some of the other training things. I have one site I used to play. It takes 15 minutes to get back at training, and you can only train so many times a day. Talk about nightmare. Well, Eric, I guess you got to stick with the big dogs.
You are the big dog now. What are you talking about? I was seeing your numbers. You can't be hiding under the radar forever.
That month, I spent.
You've been exposed.
I got crazy, goofy, stupid on 2 sales rings ago, or 3 by now. The one with I Am a Queen and Keen Ice, and I can't remember some of the other ones. I sat here one night refusing to stop until I got a horse that wouldn't race, because I just kept turning them out, and good ones. I mean, I just got on a run that I thought maybe the alarms were going to go off at Bob's house and he was going to shut it down or something. But I mean, I got a 10-pack and 9 of the 10 were runners, and I probably could have run the 10th one. And that was right after I hadn't done much, because I tried a couple at first and my luck was kind of bad. And then I went back to it about a week later, and it just kept breeding me demons. And then the ring changed. So this is probably 2 rings ago, right at the August. And again, it started slow. And then I just ran into another streak where it was just, and this time I was only buying them one at a time. And it was feeding me really nice horses. The last ring wasn't so kind to me. So I figure I was getting my medicine, but and then this ring's about, like, out of every 3 I'll get a pretty good one, a decent one, and garbage. And then if I do another 3, I might get 2 decent ones and garbage. I always seem to get 1 garbage out of every 3, so it's not being as nice to me as the other rings. But
what is this?
So I decided, all right, I got a lot of good horses out of this. I'm gonna play like the big guys and just keep running them back and running them back and running them back. And they kept winning. And now I've run them to death over the. I mean, that was all at the end of July. So I ran them 5-6 times in August, and it was the greatest month I've ever had, and probably ever will, because I do not want to spend that kind of time and effort again. I'm too lazy for that. I can't imagine Poncho's. I don't have that drive to win like he does.
He's got a big stable.
What's that?
He's got a lot of horses to feed.
Oh, he's got more
got a lot of
horses.
horses to feed.
He's got more horses in his freezer, that they call it, than I have horses. Him and Gary both have, and I mean more quality horses. They pull these horses out of nowhere. It's like, oh yeah, I didn't realize I had this 108-38 sitting around. Gary the other day.
108-38. That's
For
pretty
6
good.
furlongs. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and
pretty
he hadn't
good.
raced it yet. He raced it once and put it away.
Oh my god, I would love to have that.
I know. So what are we doing over here? Did you getting any results? Seeing any difference between
So,
Jason?
that horse is a claiming horse, dude.
No, but you could see now that it's gonna be better.
Yeah, it's a mile and an eighth at stalk. I'm telling you.
Mile and 8 on stock. I agree with that.
Mhm.
But
And I might be able to sneak in a low level allowance at a mile and an eighth.
But how about longer out? It should be running longer distances.
No, it was no good. I'm not gonna.
Well,
smash it.
don't look at that chart like it's the gospel.
No, but I mean, what you just said, you're bragging about a horse that ran 108.32. I mean, that's bragging the gospel, brother. That's this chart. A 108.32 to me is an allowance stakes horse, period.
Well, it could be. It doesn't mean it is.
It's the same to you. What would you do with a 108.32 horse? Run it in stakes and allowance, right?
I'd run it. I would run it in a maiden or blue blood, but
you have to break its maiden, but still.
All right, but what's the 10 furlong, mile and a quarter time, best time that horse does on Butte?
I don't know. I jumped off that horse because I was wasting too much time on it.
All right. Well, all right. You know, do what you want. Do what you want.
It was 203. It was 203.69.
Sorry, what?
Non-Butte was 203.69.
Yeah, Butte was like, the other horse. I mean, mile and eighth was like 149.30 though. That's why mile and eighth's where it needs to be.
Well,
I mean, that's like close to allowance, probably low level allowance. Right? Am I right, Talk?
I would say that the numbers would say that you could run in a low level allowance there, yes, but I think you're missing the point on the stayer aspect of it, because less horses are going to be able to get those numbers at those higher distances. Whereas the mile and an eighth, more horses will be able to hit that distance. So, you know, that's how you would have to look at it. So the numbers required for the same type of race maybe aren't what you're thinking, as far as, you know, as you go 10 furlongs, 11 furlongs and up. So like a 203, 69, and that's probably lower with Butte, can definitely race at those higher distances.
He's looking at my chart. He sees, in order to get into a claiming race of 15,000 or above, I would like to see a horse do 203.55. Now that's old.
I mean, you have to know where it comes from. So, like, you know, prior to this, the 203, anything that was like 203.92 was, you know, Stakes worthy or whatever. So things moved down. I mean, 203.55 is aggressive, but at the same time, you just don't have as many. You just don't have as much competition there. So it's a weaker field. So you may have the top level for players maybe deeper, but when you start getting into the allowance and claimant ranks, you're not looking at the same numbers up top. It's just not that many horses to compete there. That's my point. It's just this.
So what you guys are basically saying, or what you're saying, Talk, is when it comes to these mile and an eighth, mile and a quarter, mile and 3/8, mile and a half horses, there's not that many of them.
Not compared to sprinters or sprinters that can get mile, or sprinters that can get mile and an eighth, or classics that can get 7 mile and eighths. You know what I'm saying? So there's just more horses from 5 furlong up. So like there's more horses around 5 furlongs, 6 furlongs than any other horse, right? then as you move up, there's less and less horses that can get those numbers or truly run them. The point being this is in the split, which he's trying to tell you, the close of that horse is 23:20, somewhere around there, based off of a 6 furlong work. Okay, your sprinters are closing 23:70 or whatever. That's a 0.50 difference in the closing time. Now apply that to the distance. So 6 furlong horse, yours is 22:50, right? 22:55. Sprinter 22 even, 22:10, 22 whatever. That's 40. That's 0.40 difference in a sprint in a it's 6 furlongs. But it gets way in your favor as it goes longer. So yours is closes at 22:30, 22:20. There's the 22:70. That's 0.50. So they're not going to be able to close with you. So that horse doesn't have to be on relax to run at 1.25 miles, and yours doesn't need to be on relax to be at 1.25 miles, and it's still going to close like a bat out of hell. So and it has less competition. So you have to look at all of that kind of stuff. I know I just said a lot, but the bottom line is all of that shit matters, especially if you're moving up into distance. So 23:69, no matter what chart you're looking at, with Butte probably 22:03.60, it's going to be able to race.
Yeah, because it could wind up
You see
being
that?
like.
Does that show up on the screen, or is it too small?
So like Jason, it's small, but Jason, what you're hoping for is you're hoping for some of these sprinters that think that they hit that numbers to enter that race with you, because they're going to have a big lead, and they're not going to be able to have much in the tank reserve. What you're going to have to do is close them out in the stretch. You're a router. They're not a router. You have router times, even though they're not great router times. They're not stakes router times. They're still router times. They're still going to close like a router. The sprinter in the same class, whether it's claim or allowance, whatever, trying to hit that distance is not going to have that much flexibility. It has to be on close, or it has to be on relax. It has to be a perfect race for that sprinter to hold off the closing of routers in that race. So once you start racing, I think you'll start to see some of that play out. Consider the distance. 1.125 miles is going to have a lot more bodies, or a lot more horses in that mix to hit that distance.
So I'll put it on stalk. Right? Stalk and close are almost the same thing. Or no, actually they're not, because for stalking you'd have to keep up with the pace leader.
No, with stalk, I mean, it's all relevant to your own work times, not necessarily the race. So your instructions for you may say that stalk is your best option. When you put it in a race, it doesn't mean that it's going to stalk, because you don't know if someone entered sprinters, if someone entered routers, horses have different running styles. I mean, you're a router. What if you're facing 6 different sprinters in the same race? They're all naturally faster. You're not stalking with a bunch of sprinters. It's going to look like you're on relax, because the sprinter is going to be way out in front of you, because you can't even keep up with that speed. So, so you keep to your instructions what's best for you, but don't think that your horse is going to stalk just because you chose stalk. Your horse will stalk, and it'll be best for you and how your horse runs the race based off of a stalk. But if you have sprinters out there, you ain't stalking with those. So, you're a slow horse out the gate. They're a fast horse out the gate. You might stalk slower horses, but you ain't stalking sprinters. Because the splits just aren't in your favor. That's where the splits come into play. But you know what? We just said a whole lot here. Lee did, I did, you did. Just remember, when it comes to numbers and splits and everything, 1.125 miles is going to have a lot more competition at it. It's a classic distance that sprinters can hit. Some sprinters. So you have an overlay. You have slight overlay. You have pure classic horses, and then you're going to have tweener sprinters that are going to be able to hit 1.125 miles. And I'm talking tweeners as in horses that don't get 4 furlongs, don't get 5 furlongs, but they hit 6 furlongs, and they hit 7 furlongs, and they can damn sure hit 1.125 miles at that point. So they're tweeners. So you're going to run into those and straight classics. Just say you triple the amount of horses that can run there. It makes the numbers that much more tighter. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
So then Lee is right, I should run this horse at 1.25 miles, 1.375 miles, and 1.5 miles.
That theory is correct, so that you could put it like this: you could
Because there's not going to be a whole bunch of sprinters, 6 furlong sprinters that are going to be able to handle that horse at 1 3/8 miles.
No, there won't be.
So do you have the one chart up, Jason, that's got the 2 furlong, 4 furlong close and time? And down
Yeah.
All right, so what does it say for 9 furlongs? What do I want the opening 2 furlongs to be?
2250.
Less than 2250.
I mean less than 2250.
Okay, that horse is 2260 something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so look down below. 10 furlong plus. What's it say?
2270.
Oh, isn't there a 2250 in there too?
Yeah, and then 2270 is underneath
So
of it.
2250, if it opens in greater than 2250 but less than 2270, I'd like to see it close in 2320, around there. If it opens in 2270, I would want it to be under 23 to run. And again, these aren't 5,000 claimer times either. These are like average, high claimer, low allowance type. And this is not my original invention. This is stuff that's been handed down. I've just tweaked it a little bit to meet my what I see and my horses doing. So
do you understand what he's saying? Because you have to factor the break time, the break of and the 2 furlong time in with all this. Because if you're running 2270, it means you're slow out of the gate for the first 2 furlongs. So those horses that are running 2220, they're way out in front of you, way out. You have to be able to close them down. So what he's saying is, if I have a horse 2270, I have to have the closing power to win this. That's why he's saying he's looking for 23 flat, because that puts me in the wheelhouse. I can close those horses. I have a chance at closing these horses out at the end of the race because I run the last 2 furlongs 0.70 or 0.50, 0.70 faster than native. So I'm going to be closing. It's how the keeping their lead down. That's the issue. So the slower you are out front, the bigger the close you need in the backside.
I'll give you another example. I have a horse, this 112.50 horse that's rated. It runs 6 furlongs in 108.21. I would never in my life put that horse in a 6 furlong race.
Huh? Would you say it's 108.21?
108.21. It opens in 22:41, which means it's going to be so far behind. It's not going to have time to close.
Yeah,
so that 121 is a nice workout time. But if you look at this horse's fractions, 22:41, 45:23, 108:21 closes in 22:98. So right away, I'm saying this horse isn't running less than a mile unless I can't find something. And I like it to run 9, 10, 11 because he can close them down and he's got some front speed to stay close enough. Now he's ran 5 races and two of his last 3 races off surface, he blew track records away at 11 and 12 furlongs, I believe. So, like I said, 108.21, 6 furlongs, to have fun and try and watch him come from 15 lengths back and try to catch him. Foggy's horse did it. Not in a big race, though. I don't want to experiment a horse like this in a allowance non-winners of 2 because I want him to run for bigger and better things. So it just goes to show you the works aren't everything. It's the splits. Now, Bob, he might disagree. He might throw it. I mean, a horse runs 57.51 for 5 furlongs, which isn't bad, but oh my God, I'd never put him in that.
Yeah, no, I might be able to hit 7 furlongs or whatever. I guess the whole moral of the story is you can have the works and you have to know your splits, but you also think about the ideal perfect wheel, the rate, the zone of your horse that's the best, right?
Yeah, if I have a horse that can close like a tank, or let's see, freight train, I want it to have as much distance to close as it possibly can.
Right. You look at it like what factors that go into it that could go wrong, or the best race. If the horse says it can race from 6 furlongs to a mile and a quarter, great.
Yep.
But really, its sweet spot is, a mile. Let's say their sweet spot is 7 furlongs to a mile and 1/8, right?
Yeah,
so
I would attempt it in 7.
So,
but I'd prefer to go a little bit longer. Yep.
You can afford for more to go wrong in your wheelhouse area than you can on the outskirts. So, if this horse is meant for distance and it has times it says it can win at 6 furlongs, well, it needs a perfect race or a better setup of a race at 6 furlongs for it to be successful. I think Pancho's trying to come back in compared to. In your wheelhouse. In your wheelhouse, you're more flexible. You can be in different gates. You can use different instructions. You follow me, Jason?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Right. If you're on the outskirts of the 6 furlongs or in a longer area that you're basically testing the limits, then you're not as flexible. You don't have as many choices from a gate standpoint. You don't have as many choices from an instruction standpoint. It limits your overall ability because you have to run a certain type of race to be successful. Whereas if you're in your wheelhouse, you have many options to hit the board. So that's the way I would look at it.
All right.
It's a lot to take in, but it
is a lot to take in. But you're showing an interest, which means
you're used to. But you'll start seeing that you'll have horses that'll win, right? And you're like, what the hell did I have that horse in that low of a race? And then you look back and you're like, oh, the times kind of said that. Great. The horse is better than it works. It has that competitive juices it doesn't show in practice. And you'll have the opposite, which is what they always refer to as morning glories, where it's like, why can't this damn horse win a race? It just should be annihilating, but the horse just has no guts, I guess. But sometimes you drop them down a little bit and they get a win. I don't know if it's in the game or not, but it seems like there's a little bit of confidence factor built in. Just my opinion, not anything that I'm going to say is programmed or anything.
It's built for like real life racing. I mean, what would you do in real life if your horse can't hit the board and it's allowance? You drop it to a 25,000 claimer, you know what I mean? You might get claimed, builds for confidence. It's very much like real life how you would do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see horses that go 0 for 4 in stakes races and they drop down into a 40K claimer and they win the 40K claimer because they're just a better class of horse and they come down into a weaker field. They dominate the race, but they're still trying to figure out where they need to be after that. Space, you get any more decent horses? I seen you, bro.
Not really. No, nothing spectacular.
Yes. That's sad. That's bad. Gotta keep trying. How much more breeds you have your man?
I got one on reserve for you though, Lee, and I think I may owe you one too, Pancho.
Keep that and use it yourself because I feel bad. You got 2 duds from me. Just keep it and use it for yourself. You only get 10, so it'll.
Yeah. 10 pieces. Wow.
Keep it and use it for.
I appreciate it.
Thank Pancho or something.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I know there's horses that I haven't. 847. Hold on.
One more thing I'll say about what y'all are talking about, the splits and stuff like that, is you can really see how fast your horse is, like speed wise, by lowering his works. You work him at 6 furlongs, and then if you work him at 5 furlongs, and then you look at the first split, and then you can keep on going lower and lower, and generally the horse will eventually stop getting faster. Like it'll hit 21.82 and it'll never get faster no matter how lower you're making the workouts from 4 to 3 to 2. And that'll be your horse's max speed. Like your horse will never be able to get faster than like a certain speed. some horses will max out at 5 furlongs, their speed. Some you'll see at 4 or 3 or 2. So that's another way you can really zero in on your horse's max speed just by looking at these workouts and just trying to get them to run faster and faster. And by doing that, just by lowering the length of the workout, and that really tries to get your horse to run fast. And you can see exactly how fast he can go or how fast he can't go by looking at that
That's pretty
first.
interesting. I've actually never looked at it that way. That's an
I
interesting.
haven't either. I'm typing this in as you're saying it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some horses there'll be no difference from 5 to 4. Like they're as quick as they'll go at 5, you try and race them at 4, they just won't go any faster. But some will go faster at 4, and then you put them at 3, they'll even go faster. So
we need 3 furlong races.
No.
That's a sprint.
But that is a good way to see how much your horse really has speed, how much speed he really has.
Okay. Not bad. That's not bad.
All right, did you find it, Jason?
Yeah.
This might be my last question of the night.
Yeah, I gotta
Okay.
head out too.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. That's good.
Hmm.
I'm good. I got a lot of work to do on here.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Spacey, I appreciate you coming on, doing some breeding.
Yeah, thank you guys for everything.
Yeah,
What day
Jason,
is
good luck. Poncho, talk to you in the morning.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice seeing y'all. Haven't really seen y'all face to face.
Same here too, man. Same here.
Yeah,
See
always good.
y'all on Black Ace Friday Fun.
Oh, wait, I do
So
have
you
one more
guys need to
question.
show up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Todd.
One more.
If somebody gives me free breeders, how do I get them? Check them. Where are they at?
Yeah, you got to go to Market, go to Breed a Horse, go to View Public Breeders. Market, Breed a Horse, View Public Breeders.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then you should see something in red reserved for you.
It is.
But you click on the S
click
to
on it.
use it though.
Hold on.
So you
It
should
says-
see an R and an S, I think.
No, it's just the R and a bunch of S's.
Okay, that's not for you then.
That's not for you. A horse reserved for you will have a red box and a green box next to it.
Oh, okay.
And when I was new, I kept making a mistake. It's like I kept clicking on the R and nothing would happen. It's like, oh, I guess I got to click on the S. So you always click on the S. The difference is if you see an R, it means you're the only one that can use it.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
is it up there? Did someone
No.
give you one? Oh,
They're going to. They didn't put it here yet.
yeah. Okay. All
All
righty.
right, cool. All right, guys.
All right,
All
guys.
right, guys,
You see?
get some sleep.
I'll try.
All right.
Yeah, Happy
All
New
right.
Year.
Bye-bye.
Yes, same to you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, yeah.
Happy New
Merry
Year.
Christmas.
See y'all in about 4 months.
Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Okay, man,
Stay around,
thanks.
guys.
Bounce them all.
Just you and me? Is it just you and me?
Yeah.
Okay. I know you didn't change anything. Is there any chance that your guy in the background changed something on the breeding?
No, there's no changes to breeding at all.
Okay.
Zero.
Okay.
None. Absolutely none. And I can see all the breeders. I can see everything that's being bred. And
It looks good. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at everybody breeding the stuff that they're breeding. I don't see any issues with anything. I mean, it's like, again, I mean, I know you've been through it before. I mean, we've had the same conversation and it came out of it. And then, so it's just if you're going through a bad spell, that's all that really is. But there's nothing has been changed to breeders.
Well, I haven't bred any yet, except for I gave him 2 really good.
Yeah, but he got
flyers.
decent horse. I mean, the one he got was a decent. It was a 103 rated. It's just, it's a 108.60. That's not a bad horse. And the other one is just not a good mix. And that's a bad luck breed. But The second one he got's not a bad horse at all. Eddie would run that horse all day long, and it's a 103 rated. So how can it be bad? You know what I mean? It's just if people are looking for, 107, 108 rated on every single breed and running 108.40, I mean, it's just not going to happen. But having a bad breed from a mix is entirely possible. That happens across the board on everything. It's in the breeding process, and it does its own thing.
All right.
And sometimes you hit it, sometimes you hammer it. You know what I mean? So it just depends. Everything kind of has to come together. But that last one he got wasn't a bad horse.
All right.
I mean, I don't think a 103 and a 108.60 is a bad horse.
All right.
But we'll see. All right.
Knock 'em dead tomorrow.
All right, man. Later.
Are you ending it? Oh, we forgot
Yep.
to end it.
It's all good. Yep. I'll see you tomorrow.